All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome. We're glad you're with us. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the Gainesville City Commission, November 1st, 2021. Before we move to the adoption of the agenda, I know that many folks tonight, both here with us in person as well as folks that are following us online and maybe participating via Zoom, might be participating in a meeting for the first time. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through quickly what our process is going to be like tonight, and then we'll get started. First of all, this is a special meeting, which means that we're only going to discuss, what is in front of us here and what gets adopted on our agenda. The second is that we ask everybody to treat one another respectfully and maintain decorum and civility in our conversations. We will expect that from your elected officials, we'll expect that from our staff, and we'll expect that from our neighbors as well. It just lends to a better conversation and ultimately better outcomes. If you do need to take a break or just stretch your feet, we just ask that you kind of keep the noise. Lots of talking out in the halls does actually travel in here pretty well and can be very distracting. So we just ask that you take your conversations outside, but we certainly encourage you to, stretch your feet, get a drink, make yourself comfortable as possible. Also, what I am going to do as far as the sort of order of procedures is we very much want to hear from all the folks that are interested in this particular item. And so I'm going to ask that our staff does their presentation first, and then we hear from the applicant, which is standard procedure, and then we'll go right to public comment before there's commission deliberation. That way we can hear from all of you. Also, if you've got other things that you need to do tonight or tomorrow morning, you can share your thoughts with us and then go on about your way if that's what you choose to do. And then after we get everybody's input through public comment, then we'll go to commission deliberation. There are people downstairs in room 16. That is our overflow area. There's TVs, sound, everything is available to be able to follow the meeting just as you would at home or in the chamber here. And when we do get to public comment, what I will do is alternate between somebody here in person and somebody that's calling in, and just kind of go back and forth till we make our way through everybody. It just keeps it a little bit more orderly. We do have a sign-up sheet, so if you want to get your name on the sign-up sheet, the clerk has that, and that will help me keep the flow going a little bit. And so I'll just kind of call out the next 2 or 3 people that are on the list, and you'll be ready to go. That way folks downstairs will know it's time for them to come up too if they see their name. Finally, I am going to recommend to the commission that tonight we only hear the first item on the agenda, which is the legislative matter, the land use change for the property in question. I understand that there are some concerns about the public hearing that happened back in April. And so to make sure that everybody has a free and fair chance to express their opinions and that we're able to follow due process to the letter, if the land use passes tonight, then we will schedule a future special meeting to hold the public hearing. We'll reopen the public hearing. If anybody wants to file as an affected party and go through the formal quasi-judicial process, then we'll be able to do so. We'll have time to make sure that you have affected party status and all those other rights that you have under our process. If the land use change does not pass tonight, then there will be no need for a quasi-judicial hearing. The matter will be dead at that point. So we'll know a little bit more. But that I think is the fairest and most inclusive way to move forward on this matter, and takes care of any concerns that folks might have about the first public hearing that was held. So with that, we'll get to the adoption of our agenda, and then we'll get right into the presentations. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we only hear the land use item. That's the only thing we do tonight, except for adjournment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to only take up item 200822. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so without any more gabbing by me, let's go ahead and recognize Mr. Persons, and we'll let him get our presentation kicked off. Mr. Persons, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have Brittany McMullen who's going to give the staff presentation tonight.
Okay, very good. Ms. McMullen, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now and start with the staff presentation. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so this is the first reading of Ordinance 200882. For everyone here, my name is Brittany McClellan. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. So the property in question here is located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue. The property is approximately 7.1 acres in size. The existing land use on the property is office and conservation, as you can see here on this map. The request tonight is to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map from office and conservation to planned use district. This is, of course, related to the petition, the rezoning petition 20-142-ZON. So a quick brief history on past actions. Staff presented this item to the City Plan Board back in February and to the Commission back in April. Staff had recommended approval of the application. The City Plan Board vote was a 3-3 tie, which effectively is a motion to deny the petition. The City Commission heard the item on April 28th and moved to approve the application with modifications. So this is a closer view of the location of the property at the corner of Northwest 23rd Avenue and Northwest 43rd Street. So just to refresh your memory on the motion that was made back in April, there were a few different conditions made with the motion to approve. The first was to move away from the mixed-use, low-intensity land use to urban mixed-use land use. No drive-through facilities to be allowed. Allow more square footage on the ground floor and upper floors. Allow heights under urban mixed-use land use. Allow the city to construct a park on the conservation land, and developer to make best effort to save heritage trees. So this is just to refresh your memory on what happened at that meeting. The applicant has revised their application to respond to these motions. So as I'm sure you've seen, the application before you tonight is significantly, well, not significantly, but it's different than it was during the discussion back in April. So just to highlight some of the conditions that are in the ordinance, which I'm sure you have reviewed, some of the big things to call out. The allowable uses include any uses allowed in the U7 or Urban 7 zoning district, and that would be implemented by the companion rezoning petition. The total project non-residential square footage may not exceed 20,000 square feet, and residential density may not exceed 220 dwelling units. A minimum of 10% of the residential dwelling units developed must be workforce housing units. A maximum building height of 4 stories is allowed by right, with up to 6 stories with a bonus. The conditions also outline the required setbacks, which would be a minimum of 20 feet and a maximum of 25 feet from the curb. Exterior building design must be consistent with the building elevations adopted with the planned zoning or the planned development zoning ordinance. Buildings must be designed and placed so as to minimize tree removal. And then just going through a few more here, some conditions about the hours of operation, some specific conditions outlining where restaurants may be located on the site. So must be located on the more northern portion of the site. Outlining a requirement for a maximum of 3 access points to the development. There shall be no minimum parking requirement. However, please note that doesn't mean the development will not provide parking, but that was part of the discussion of the commission back in April. The owner developer shall be responsible for traffic mitigation measures if the city determines that adjacent residential neighborhoods are adversely impacted. Another condition relating to that, additionally, a 10-foot tall modular privacy wall must be constructed along the conservation easement's southern boundary. This is also the boundary to the residential properties to the south. And lastly, the owner developer shall provide a conservation easement approved as to form and legality by the city attorney's office. And this drawing here shows you where the conservation easement would be located. It outlines what can be located there, so no actual development of buildings can take place in this area. This is also the revised layout plan for the PD. It shows development occurring in the area labeled A here, adjacent to 43rd and 23rd. And it outlines the requirements that are also covered in the conditions in terms of the size of the development and setbacks. So these are the review criteria that you are tasked with looking at in order to adopt a land use change. And all of that is found in your backup as well. As I mentioned, the City Commission back in April voted to approve the application with modifications. So that's sort of just a summary of what's changed since that meeting. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen. No questions at this time, so we will now invite the applicant up. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I know we're going to use the overhead projector for the series of slides for my presentation. So just let me see. Actually, they've already got it on the form, so we have a backup just in case. First off, I wanted to start by thanking the city commissioners, city staff, and all the neighbors that have expressed concern and have reached out and have communicated to us throughout this process. Excuse me, and also obviously joining us for the first reading of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you just introduce yourself to all of us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies. I've been here so much I thought people might know. My name is Kevin Frazier.
Appreciate
I am a partner at Wilson Development Group. We are the applicant that is proposing the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment that you see before you this evening. Obviously, a lot of time has passed since the hearing in April. We were just as surprised by the direction the commission chose to take the land use.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Commissioner Sacco, did you?
I know that you have your backup copy, but we already had the one on screen. I thought it's a little clearer and not
affected by light.
Yeah,
so if we
that's
could
fine.
switch back to it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the same presentation.
It might be easier on the eyes for some folks.
Okay.
Whoever has it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry about that, y'all. As I was saying, we were just as surprised by the direction that the commission chose to take the land use application, as were obviously all the others who were in attendance that night or participated. But we do recognize that we've worked hard over the past 6 months since that hearing in April to meet the stated long-term vision of the additions that the commission made to the land use application. And, excuse me, while at the same time maintaining a steadfast commitment to the implementation of the community enhancements and protective features that were crafted in collaboration with members of the community and that we've stood by and confirmed that we will deliver, along with meeting that long-term vision of the mixed use and the additional edits to the land use conditions that were applied at the April hearing. Next slide, please. The application that you have before you is to change from an office and conservation land use to a planned use district with mixed use, low intensity, and conservation uses. And this is just a reiteration of what Brittany McMullen just explained in her presentation as to the recommended changes at the April 28th hearing. Those being moving away from the mixed use low intensity to urban mixed use, the fact that no drive-through facilities will be allowed on site, to allow more square footage on the ground floor and upper floors, allow heights that are under the urban mixed use land use, allow the city to construct a park on the conservation land, and that we as the developer will make our best effort to save all heritage trees that are currently on site. Next slide, please. This is an image of the existing future land use map, which shows general office and conservation. Next slide, please. And this shows the application that you have before you tonight and what that change would look like as it applies to the 7.1 acre site, changing it from general office and conservation to a planned use district, incorporating low intensity uses and conservation. So the conservation is still a part of the land use. That is not going away. Next slide, please. The intent of the land use application is to redevelop the property in a responsible manner, and remembering that infill development of this type, compact infill development of this type, it utilizes existing infrastructure that is already in place. It does not require going further out and installing new infrastructure. It's taking or making use of what is already there. By doing that, you're actually reducing travel and the vehicular miles traveled, and ultimately the green footprint of that site is increased as it allows the use to service the immediate corridor, and in response to that is actually taking cars off of the road, not adding cars to it. Next slide, please. What you see before you is a timeline of, excuse me, our first step meetings leading up to the meeting in April of this year. Many of you have already seen this slide. Obviously, there was a lot of work put forth by us and members of the neighborhood in Suburban Heights to come to a collective agreement on certain protective measures that would be implemented. And again, we are standing by those protections. We are not taking any of those away. We want to to develop this in a responsible manner and to make sure that those protections that we all worked very hard on are protected in perpetuity. Next slide, please. These are the public notification process that was conducted by CHW, my civil engineer, adhering to city code in terms of advertising the application for the meeting tonight. Next slide, please. So after the, next slide. Okay, so after the April hearing, obviously we had to go back and make a lot of adjustments to our original plan. Chief amongst those, moving away from a single-story commercial project that was more transit-oriented in nature to a mixed-use project that was a compact development, but still adhering to the principles of the conservation area, not impeding on that conservation area, and utilizing only the land that we promised that we would touch from the get-go, and not going into any other areas of the land that we promised we wouldn't. We have continued to both meet with and speak with the neighbors. We participated in 2 separate HOA meetings with Suburban Heights in June and in August. We did request to meet in September, but they did make us aware that that was an election night for their new officials. There were time constraints, and so they would not have had time for us to participate in that hearing, I think due to a limit on the time they had for the venue where those elections were being held. I did make it known that we would be more than willing to meet another time in September, anytime that was convenient for the neighbors. And they did decline to meet me in person, but they did iterate that they'd be willing to communicate via email. I have done that with a number of the neighbors. I would say on average, since the April hearing, at least every other week, I've either had a phone call, multiple email communications, Zoom calls, in an effort to be as transparent as possible, to communicate at every turn, and to collaborate, and to assure them that what we are going to do here is not going to be a detriment to the community, and that we're going to deliver on the promises that we made and meet the long-term vision as stated by the commission. Next slide, please. Excuse me. These are the protections that we all worked on together over the course of 2 years. Those protections are still part of the PUD code as we had promised. ensure that the maintenance and delivery activities are set at certain hours that will not create an undue burden on the surrounding community. That the design standards that we will implement is going to limit the location of on-site restaurants, garbage collection, and moving the intensity of uses away from the neighborhood as you get closer to the intersection, so that the least intensive uses are those that are closest proximity to the residential property lines. That we are going to stand by the landscaping promises that we've made, the privacy wall promise that we made, but at the same time, implementing measures to ensure that additional protections are provided and that the community is enhanced beyond the envelope of just our property alone. Next slide, please. I'd ask the commission to focus on the professional work done by your city staff, and that they have recommended approval of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment with the conditions that were added at the April 28th hearing. Next slide, please. And this is just a reiteration of what I just mentioned as it relates to staff's reports and the presentations this evening. I just want to reiterate, I know that this process has been confusing at times, and I want to just make it known that we are standing by every promise that we've made, and we want to be able to deliver the type of project that the city needs. I recognize the concerns of the residents of the community, clearly. Changes in the norm can cause apprehension, but my partners and I are devoted to the promises that we've made that are within our control to deliver, and are committed to delivering the right project for the community, one that's going to increase the value of the immediate submarket, providing an opportunity to enhance the community through the improvement of existing infrastructure, while also adding in protective features and furthering the decrease in traffic trips generated by development that is associated with suburban sprawl. We want this project to act as a conduit for future job growth, while also providing housing opportunities for the new residents that are contributing to the overall growth of Gainesville, preventing suburban sprawl by utilizing existing infrastructure for responsible, compact, infill urban development. Again, getting cars off of the road and making this a more green community. And lastly, we want to become the new standard for development by utilizing existing properties that are already equipped with the requisite infrastructure for infill development, and going the next step in maintaining a constant communication position with the community. The proposed small-scale comprehensive plan amendment incorporating the changes from the April City Commission hearing is the appropriate land use to see that the long-term vision of the needs of the city are met and the promised community protections and enhancements are delivered. But also want to reiterate that the communication does not stop with this meeting. We want to listen to all of the feedback and work with the community and work with the City Commission to deliver this project. We understand that there are certain elements that the neighborhood and community are concerned about. We want to address those. So I want to say again that we are flexible in working on this, and we want to work with everybody in the room and find a common ground to bring both sides together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frazier. So we will now open up our period of public comment on these issues. Every person will have an opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes. Our clerk, Ms. Gainey, will be running the clock over here. When your time starts, a green light will go on. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will come on. And then when the red light comes on, that is your cue to stop your comments, and I will ask for the next speaker to come up. Again, I'm going to alternate between folks that are calling in and folks that are here live with us. And the clerk will read out, let's say, 3 names, Madam Clerk. So if you're here, you'll sort of know what order you are in. And then they have folks queued up with our call-in service as well. So they'll be able to keep those folks ready to speak when it's their turn. So with that, Madam Clerk, do you want to read our first 3 names out?
Absolutely. We have Timothy Clanton, Ed Walcott, and Donald Shepard. And I think they're all downstairs.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start then. If you folks downstairs would like to come on up, and I'll go ahead and start. Who do we have with us tonight? Adam?
Good evening, Mayor Commissioner Shelby here.
Hey, Shelby, how are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Good. We'll go ahead and take our first caller, Shelby.
Sounds good. Our first caller is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Scott, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, good. Good evening. Okay, good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott, Commissioners. I'd like to note for the record that there was another due process violation at the beginning of the meeting where the Commission did not take comment on the adoption of the modified agenda. I think that is unacceptable. Again, if you're going to modify the agenda, the public has the right to speak. With respect to the item at issue, the entire planning and development review process for this project has been tainted by due process violations and many other irregularities in which the Commission made a U7 land use change that was not requested by the applicant or staff, violated its own rules by limiting time of affected parties, and made decisions that substantially departed from the applicant's original request and the evidentiary record. Enough is enough, Mayor Poe. Suburban Heights is the latest neighborhood to come under attack from the Gainesville City Commission. The Commission needs to start treating citizens with respect, listening to our concerns about protecting our neighborhoods from incompatible development. Show us that you care by protecting our neighborhoods by voting to deny the U7 land use change. It was improperly approved by the Commission without being requested by the applicant. We don't want another standard monstrosity being built at Mill Hopper. I would like to note for the record that I also left 2 messages for Andrew Persons last week, who has not provided me with the professional courtesy of returning my call. City staff not returning calls is not only unprofessional, but unacceptable. Suburban Heights residents deserve better. The citizens in Gainesville deserve better, and I certainly deserve better as an attorney. I'd like to further note for the record again that the staff recommendation tonight parrots the direction given by the City Commission from the botched April 28th quasi-judicial hearing and lacks any independent thought whatsoever. Let's just do whatever the Commission tells us to do. That's not a prudent staff recommendation. Again, the time has come for you to be held accountable and start listening to the valid concerns of the neighborhoods. Deny the U7 land use change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
And Madam Clerk, our first speaker here.
Timothy Clanton.
Welcome.
I have some handouts which can be overhead projected if I know how to do it.
If you just lay it down, then they can adjust the camera. Nope, over on the other table there. Yep, right there, and then they'll adjust the camera. Just give those to the clerk, Mr. Clanton. She'll pass them out. Just give the whole stack to him. Just once again, you'll have 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, the yellow light will come on, and the red light means your time has expired. Welcome. And if you'll stand in front of the mic so folks at home can hear you. There you go.
My name is Timothy Clanton, and I'm an affected resident living in Millhopper Pines, 43rd Street and 23rd Avenue, within sight of the proposed development. In 2020, I was a resident of Westwood Estates, which will be on one of the handouts, within a block and a half of where a collapsed sinkhole occurred. What I would like to do this point is the collapsed sinkhole of October 20th, 2020. The development site is there next to a historic black cemetery. And in this map, here's the site of the October 2020 sinkhole 4005. Northwest 13th Terrace. Next to that is a light spot. That is a lot with an unnamed sinkhole that the locals told me was from about 1985. Over here, you see that's a lake surrounded by development that a local said was also a sinkhole that's become a lake. And my contention Oh, darn it. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
My contention is a cover collapse sinkhole could develop on the proposed construction site. And we've had one this year in the Surfside collapse of an edifice that was not due to a sinkhole.
You got 30 seconds left, yeah.
And however, for Florida to have another incident like that would bring us bad vibrations. I think the site could be developed as a park. It's got buildings that could be rented. It's by a historical cemetery. And that would be an asset to the general area, which is already a well-developed shopping area. And I personally volunteer to work on that.
Thank you very much. Thanks for presenting that. Okay, Shelby, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now hear from Meredith Goodrich. Meredith, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I wasn't prepared. I'm sorry. I'm out here feeding chickens. I thought I was going to get told. Okay. I am opposing the Urban 7 land use. It is zoned office right now. I think my name is Meredith Goodrich. I'm sorry. And I'm the Suburban Heights Association president this year. So I've had a lot of feedback to me. I have had quite a few people who were in favor of multifamily housing, quite a few people who were in favor of the retail and really looked forward to a coffee shop. But no one has come to me in favor of the mixed use. They're all upset about that. They're particularly upset about the 6 stories. I've heard support for 2 or 3 stories, but 6 stories is just, there's nothing like it on that road. You've got Bank of America, which has 3 stories, but nothing else. Maybe it has 3. The developer offered that if we couldn't find a compromise with the coffee shop, that they would put in affordable housing and that all the units would be affordable housing, 70 to 90. This compromise that came from the commissioners gives us up to 22 units for up to 10 years. So that seems a really poor trade when we could have 70 to 90 units of affordable housing right now. So I think it's a poor trade. Many neighbors have mentioned to me that it would be excellent location for low-income seniors with mobility problems. I have heard from 2 residents that Millhopper Pines was redoing their places and not renewing leases, and that affordable housing was getting harder and harder for seniors to find. Urban 7 includes gas stations and remote ER rooms, and putting that next to single-family housing is just incompatible. I think a lower zoning like the mixed-use one made a whole lot more sense. And I don't think it's fair to make workforce people live above it. I was a child of a single mother. I lived in apartments, but we never had to live over restaurants and shops. And currently, Publix wakes me up cleaning their parking lot, and the headlights that go into St. Michael's parking lot flash into my living room and awake. I think it's too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next speaker is Ed Walcott.
Welcome. Anytime. Yep.
Okay. First of all, the name is Ed Walcott. I'm a resident of Suburban Heights. I have been for the last 40 years. I'd like to thank you for giving me a time to make these comments. As covered in the Gainesville Sun, this process was rushed through. The neighborhood has not had much of a chance to review its design, and we have not had much of a chance to give any input on it. And there's been some articles on this, and you get much better buy-in from a neighborhood if the neighborhood is included in the planning from the beginning. It takes more time, it involves a lot of meetings, but you get a lot better acceptance of the changes. In regards to the proposed building, I think it has some problems besides the heavily discussed traffic problems. It's a large 6-story monolithic brick block building which will dominate our neighborhood. In appearance, it is very similar to a much disliked standard downtown. Also, studies indicate that people above the third floor of an apartment building do not think of themselves as part of a neighborhood. Instead, they consider themselves fourth or fifth floor apartment dwellers. They do not integrate well with the rest of the neighborhood. And there may be some unforeseen problems with this building. These would include this thing is going to block a lot of the light coming over by Millhopper. In the afternoon, it'll cast a big shadow over the Millhopper area. This may give rise to some problems we can't see right now. The sound reflection is going to be bad off this building. The flat side of this building faces 43rd Street traffic, and as a result, the traffic noise at both Millhopper Shopping Center and the surrounding areas will go up. This may also cause problems. There could be wind problems with this whole structure. It'll disrupt the wind patterns there, which may give us some unexpected problems. And finally, there'll be privacy problems because people on the 6th floor will be able to view the neighborhood backyards. And what I feel right now is what we should do is to stand back and take a good hard look at this and the best way to develop this area. And it could well be that a three-story residential urban shopping center would be the best way to go. It'd fit in much better and pose fewer problems. I would also suggest we get input from people who are knowledgeable about city planning and redeveloping existing areas on this. For example, I'm sure Professor Kim Tansler may have some good ideas on how to best develop this area. In closing, I'd like to say that this is now your decision. Your action on this will determine where we end up with something that is a notable architectural accomplishment that will provide housing, or just another big ugly building with problems. It's up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shelby, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now hear from Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor, commissioners, good evening. My name is Telford Cartwright. Now, I don't live in the suburban Heights area, but my grandmother has been laid to rest in the historic cemetery by the name of Rutledge Cemetery, which is adjacent to the property in being discussed at the intersection of Northwest 43rd Street, Northwest 16th Avenue, I think that is. And other family members I have resting in peace in that cemetery. Now, I don't live in the suburban Heights area, but I do have a real dog in this fight now. Now, my grandmother, who was born in the early 1900s, she didn't, as far as I'm concerned, she wasn't a violent woman. She didn't offend people. She was a beautiful woman. And I'm thinking that, this area, this cemetery would be disturbed. It would interfere with people who have been laid to rest and resting in peace. I know there were some cemeteries throughout the country that have been, or buildings were built upon cemeteries where African Americans or people of dark skin complexion were laid to rest, and now those cemeteries are being unearthed or being found out that buildings or whatever were developed on top of those cemeteries. And Rutledge Cemetery was established or founded, I think, in 1903. This is a historical cemetery here in Gainesville, Florida. And I would think that the city would strongly take this into consideration. Voting no against this planned use development, putting people first versus taxation, if you follow me, Mayor and commissioners. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing this city commission being more of a tax-driven city commission here in Gainesville, Florida, versus a people-driven city commission. It's time for you all to stop putting taxes over people. And that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker in the chamber.
Our next speaker is Donald Shepard.
And then after Mr. Shepherd, who are our next three speakers, Madam Clerk?
I have Heather Dewar, Nancy Darren, and Ron Ronaldez, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, or Randalls.
Very good. Yeah, if you're done with your comments, we do need to try to keep the room spread out a little bit. So you can join back in room 16, or you can also, there's TVs out in the lobby to be able to watch as well. Okay, Mr. Shepherd, welcome.
My name is Donald Shepard. I'm the People's Representative, and I was asked to speak tonight in behalf of this item, and this here is something that you can see if you can have the overhead on. You can see by the. Can I move this up? Okay. You can see by what's on the picture here, that this here building that they're showing in this picture is built with wood. These upper stories are built with wood. Also, back in a year ago in Miami, buildings like this had fell and caused death to people, over 200 deaths, because of the contract way they were built. The corners that were supposed to be beams were boards that were nailed together or screwed together and not stable enough to handle the weight of the floors. My meaning here is that these here things like this, buildings like this, need to be stopped being built. Our codes department, they're saying that it was passed by the codes department. Can't believe the codes department would pass something like this. But get back to where I need to get done. This here, got that. This here was asked by me outside that I talk about this. And these are the standards that are placed here for Millhop. Why would somebody put something of this magnitude within an area that has been talked about year after year after year about these sinkholes? They haven't been done anything to improve the sinkholes, and so we need to take and educate the public to stop construction like this. For this man to take and do something like this, where's his conscience? And for these houses that we have up here in the neighborhood, only 2 blocks away, empty since they've been built. Nobody's lived in them. And so I'd like to have a list of the houses that are empty, and the houses, the condos and apartments, so that the city commission can make a true connection of what we need and what we don't.
Thank you,
Stop
Mr.
letting
Shepherd.
these contractors build on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shelby, back to you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Pastor Michael Rayburn. Pastor, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Shelby. I just wanted to say that, one, I'm an affected neighbor. I live in the Suburban Heights neighborhood, and we have been dealing with this issue for the 4+ years that I've lived here now. And over again, the city commission has not followed the proper processes on any of this. Just like Nathan Scott said, there have been so many due process violations to this that it's just not even funny. This latest iteration has not been vetted by the plan board. For instance, I saw the chart that the developer put up earlier. You see that the plan board has not been consulted with this. And throughout this, the city commission has not listened to us. Y'all have not listened to the citizens. You've ignored what the Suburban Heights neighbors and the developer worked out between themselves at the meeting in April. You just completely ignored what everyone said they wanted and did something that no one was asking for. They did the same thing back when we tried to preserve the historic sanctuary, and you let the diocese knock that down like 3 days before we were going to get that building designated for preservation. with some sort of emergency demolition, which was just total nonsense. We need our elected commissioners to listen to us and to show respect to what the citizens want and what we need. But that is not what y'all have done with regard to the St. Michael's property. You know, keep shoving these high rises down our throats and destroying historic Gainesville, even though no one wants this. No one wants what y'all are doing, all in the name of some sort of comprehensive plan that doesn't even fit with the comprehensive plan. Y'all aren't following your plans. You aren't following your processes. So I'm just encouraging you tonight to listen. I feel like I have to call and remind you this periodically. I need our commissioners to listen to our citizens and do what we say. This is ground level democracy. And I think sometimes y'all need to be reminded of that you work for us and you need to do what we want you to do and not bring your ideas to us that no one's asking for. So please listen to the Suburban Heights neighbors. Please listen to the people who say this plan does not work. You have shoved this down our throats and you have not followed proper processes in doing this. And vote no on the land use change. And also, can you just stop doing this altogether and follow the proper processes and listen to your citizens and enact what we want you to enact and not bring stuff to us that no one's asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Heather Dewar.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you briefly about this. My name is Heather Dewar. I live at 1827 Northwest 40th Terrace in the Palmview neighborhood, which is directly on the other side of 43rd from this development. My house is at the corner of the first cross street that you would take if you were northbound on 43rd and trying to avoid the backup at that light. It's also one block east. It's also on the first cross street that you would take if you were going west and were trying to avoid the backup at that light. So the cut through is going to come directly to my property, which is on that corner where those two cross streets meet. I want to make it clear that I'm in favor of suburban infill development and of low-income housing in the city. I am not a NIMBY opponent of this project by any means. I think what Gainesville desperately needs is suburban infill low-income housing that is thought through in a way that takes into account the infrastructure needs of the areas where it's being sited. I have two questions for you. Mr. Frazier said twice that this project would take cars off the road. Where is the market study showing who the occupants of the property will be and how few cars or how many cars each one will own? Where is the traffic study showing what the density already is in that intersection and what it will be after this project is completed? Right now, the process you've outlined calls for my neighborhood to be damaged, and then you're going to go back and consider whether or not to fix it with traffic mitigation. That's really putting the needs of the citizens, the community, last. The other question I have for you is, what do you expect will happen on the other three corners of this intersection? Mr. Frazier talked about increasing the value of the properties on this corner. In real terms, what does that mean? It means that the assessed value of every one of those other properties is going to go up, and there will be pressure on the owners of those properties, which now include a garden center, a community drugstore where I got my COVID vaccine, small restaurants, a florist, locally owned, locally operated businesses that have held on through hard times are going to be under pressure to be replaced with higher density development. And in 5 to 10 years' time, I predict that what you're going to see in that now residential, pedestrian-friendly neighborhood is going to be high-density urban development.
Thanks.
If that's your vision,
I'm sorry, man, your time
please
expired. I
tell
just have
us
to be
so.
consistent with everybody. Thank you for allowing me to do that. Okay, Shelby, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll now hear from Jean Straw. Jean, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, yes. I have a few things to say. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you all for letting me speak. I appreciate it. It seems like if you don't have enough money in this city, you're not allowed to speak. But I feel like that if we keep building, we're just going to keep sinking more. And I have spoke up about this quite a few times to the city and the county boards. And I'm not that bored that I have to come and speak, but I'd like to share that really need to stop building because Gainesville is sinking. Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole. So I just thought that I'd share that we don't need to build over there. Just leave it the way it is. And that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Nancy Darren.
Ms. Darren, do we have you? Are you out in the hall? Okay, why don't we go to our next speaker and we'll get Ms. Darren when she comes up.
Okay, we have Ron Randalls.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. I am Ron Randalls. I live in suburban Heights for the last 40 years. This very large 6-story multi-use building with businesses on the ground floor and residents above them is simply inappropriate for this location. The type of building proposed is appropriate for 2 types of locations. One type is a location which has a lot of substantial amount of pedestrian traffic and plenty of parking opportunities and not much vehicle street traffic. That's the case like in downtown Gainesville or in the center of town of Tioga. But the corner of 43rd Street and 23rd Avenue has virtually no pedestrian traffic, which is very bad for potential businesses that might want to locate there. At that corner, the street traffic is very heavy, and when they experience a green light, they go by at a very high speed. Motorists will be hesitant to drive around this very large building in order to park in a parking deck in order to go to the businesses that are located at this spot. The second type of location for which this building is appropriate is one in which the residents of the building can and will walk to work, such as the situation with students living at the Standard or the Hub. The corner of 43rd and 23rd is not one in which the residents will be within walking distance of their work, and they will not enjoy living so close to a noisy intersection with such fast-moving traffic. Residents will not want to ride the bus to work either. Bus service at this location is limited, and its availability is decreasing because of the way the city has been cutting bus service. The residents of the building will not want to walk, very often at least, to Publix, Fresh Market, or CVS. I've lived in that neighborhood for 40 years, and I drive to those locations because the traffic is so fast on 43rd Street. I don't want to walk along that sidewalk. And it's very hazardous, very busy intersection. The proposed building at this particular location makes no sense. It was not the developer's choice for this location. This building was created to appease the requests of certain city commissioners. It's an inappropriate type of building for this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Shelby, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next caller is Ann Atwater. Ms. Atwater, please go ahead.
Thank you. As a renter and proud resident of Gainesville, rent is too high. Please build housing. We need this and I want this. Infinite process does not keep the rents from housing. Does not keep the rents from rising. Sorry for that misspeak. That is all.
Hey, Madam Clerk, maybe the next few names.
Okay, our next couple names here are Carolyn Randalls, I believe, and Cindy Campbell, and we have Sandy Campbell. So Cindy Campbell and Sandy Campbell.
Okay, so who's the first name?
Carolyn Randalls.
It's Randalls. Ms. Randalls, are you with us? Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Carolyn Randalls, and I am an affected party. I'm opposed to the land use change for this development because I believe it's incompatible with our safe, family-friendly neighborhood. Because of the increased volume of traffic through an already crowded intersection where hundreds or even thousands of cars must navigate north, south, east, and west through that intersection every day. And also because of the increased volume of cut-through traffic through our Suburban Heights neighborhood. This is not the fault of the developer or the city commission, but it's due to the location of that piece of property. This increased volume of traffic still remains a serious issue for our Suburban Heights neighborhood and our community at that intersection for two reasons. First of all, for the traffic safety of that neighborhood. There will be cut-through traffic into our Suburban Heights neighborhood. The only safe turns, and most probably the only possible turns out of this proposed development on 43rd Street will be right-hand turns only, which will result in cut-through traffic through our neighborhood to go west or east on 23rd Avenue or even north on 43rd Avenue. Second reason, there's a very real potential for motorists going north on 43rd to cut through our neighborhood to avoid long backup traffic at that intersection at certain times throughout the day in order to go west or east on 23rd Avenue and also even north on 43rd, so that they can avoid that intersection. Then the second reason is pedestrian safety. It's very difficult, as it's already been shown, for pedestrians to cross that intersection even now. There have already been accidents and even 2 deaths at that intersection. And then also for our neighborhood, there are no sidewalks in our neighborhood for our senior citizens, young families, and school children to walk on. So they're forced to walk on the streets. And I want to also emphasize that all of this traffic, this cut-through traffic, will be cutting through our neighborhood on Northwest 46th Street.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm
which
afraid
is
your
a
time,
major walking and biking street.
I'm afraid your time
in our
has
neighborhood.
expired. I could give you a little leeway there, but you're well over.
Okay.
I appreciate you showing up and
Thank
sharing your thoughts
you.
with us tonight.
These are the
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
reasons
Thank you,
that
ma'am.
I am
appreciate
opposed.
that. Shelby, back over
Thank
to you.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now hear from Jeannie Repetto. Ms. Repetto, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak this evening. First of all, I want to say, and I'm not trying to open up old wounds, but we were sent back by the commissioners to work with the developers who really worked very hard and consciously with us to work on a plan. We brought it to the commissioners, and they really didn't even listen to us. So I don't have a whole lot of faith in you. I just wanted to let you know that. But beside that, I have a couple concerns about what you're asking from this property. I feel like it's a lot you're asking for this corner. I'm also concerned that the conservation zone remains as it is. I really think it's not big enough for any kind of park, and I would really oppose any kind of parking or facilities on it. So I don't think a park. I think it's just a good old conservation zone. During the last storms, my backyard really flooded, and I'm a little concerned about flooding in this area also, and what this development might do to any kind of flooding in our neighborhood, which we're beginning to have more and more problems with. Again, it's not a great place to cross the street. I've said this all along, that 43rd Street really is a difficult street to walk along and cross. But anyway, just in general, I want you to keep in mind the fact that really we would like to leave this as a conservation zone. And if it must be a walking park, I do not feel it should have any parking or any kind of facilities. I want you to keep in mind the flooding. And I would like you actually this time to maybe listen to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next speaker is Miss Cindy Campbell.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Cindy Campbell. I oppose the land use change to U7. I live across the street from Marcia Mott, right across the street from the affected parties, 3 blocks from the corner of St. Michael's. I am unhappy, my husband and I are unhappy with the decisions being made by the city commissioners without seeming regard to neighborhood integrity. We are seeing this happen in neighborhood after neighborhood in this city. And even though you let us come and speak like this, which we greatly appreciate, it seems like you don't really pay attention to what we do say as far as the long-term consequences of your decisions. My second point is that this tall six-story building is completely out of sync with all the other buildings and the residences in this neighborhood. Aesthetically, it is incompatible. There's been a lot of other reasons also suggested that I agree with. The intersection is crooked. Because it is crooked, and because of the buildup in the 4 corners of that intersection, it's not safe. I used to want to walk to Publix, but it would take me maybe 10 minutes to cross the streets, the 2 streets that it would take for me to get to Publix, and the traffic goes by there so fast, it's not safe. It's just not safe. So if the building is built up to the edge, to the curb, with very little bit of ground between the curb and the building, then there is no room to modify the intersection should it need modifying with extra lanes or with wider sidewalks than Gainesville normally allows. So I would like to just register myself as against the change, the land use change. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby, back to you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Berta Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I don't live in Suburban Heights. I live in Landmark Woods, which is the neighborhood right south of Suburban Heights. And I call to strongly oppose the land use action that has been proposed. The potential to change the character of the neighborhood, not only Suburban Heights, but all surrounding neighborhoods. Increased traffic and huge safety concerns, is very severe with the adopted plan. To be sure, I understand that something will go there. Inevitably, there will be some change and the site will be used. Change does not have to be bad, however. I welcome change and understand that the property needs to be put to positive and productive use. Yet that can be done without wholly altering the character of the area. In fact, the direction of the Commission from low-intensity office and conservation to the high-intensity urban 7 use, is beyond that which the developer requested, as he confessed in his opening words. The stated hope for the designated change articulated were to allow a mix of commercial uses in residential houses, including affordable housing, while also disallowing other uses. All those conditions could have been achieved by simply denying the application because the current zoning allows all of those things. Thus, taking you at your word and not worrying about or ascribing a pretextual motive, the high-intensity designation was wholly unnecessary to achieve the stated end. In light of all my statements, the redesignation for high-intensity urban 7 use effectively is a push for overdevelopment of the corner beyond the need for productive use of the site or the wishes of the community. In fact, the high-intensity designation not only conflicts with the Gainesville Comprehensive Plan, but it is also incompatible with our surrounding neighborhoods, including my neighborhood, which are zoned single-family residential. Indeed, the grab is so great that it does not even match any of the land use or zoning districts at the other corners of the intersection of 43rd and 23rd. I thank you for listening and hope that you can consider these serious issues and their consequent concerns as the process unfolds. Safe neighborhoods are so very vital for our city, our neighborhoods, our families, and our well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Sandy Campbell.
No relation to
Welcome.
Cindy. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate you allowing me the time to come up here. My name is Sandy Campbell. I'm a 30-year resident of Suburban Heights. I've actually sat up there as an original member of the UAB board. I'm not opposed to the property being developed. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I am opposed to the land use change. The City Commission initiated this change. A desire for high density to mitigate a lack of affordable housing and a reduction in car transit was the reason you gave for this change. Our affordable housing issue will not be resolved with only 10% of the units being designated as such. The 10% will allow the developer to add bonus stories. High density works with variables. It works when you have adjacent high density employment. That does not exist in our area. High density works when there's reliable public transportation. That does not exist, and it's getting worse. There was comments that were made that this is going to reduce car transit. Everything that I've read says car transit reduction works if you have those two variables in place, and then it's a 2 for a 1.5. We're not going to get a reduction in car transit. There will be a significant increase. We're not University Avenue. High density in an area with high density jobs and reliable public transportation, without high density jobs and reliable public transportation, will result in congestion, which is a problem, increased travel time, which is a problem, and have a negative impact on the surrounding communities. It's not just cars, it's all of the other things that go along with it too. We already have a serious problem, and this is going to be chaos. The city has a comprehensive land use plan that was approved by many of you. You're not following it. We do not have the capacity within our zone schools. We do not have adequate stormwater protection. Areas close to us are having flooding issues. We do not have a safe intersection at 16th and 23rd. Who will pay for the cost of redesigning that? Will the conservation area become our retention pond? Residents in the units will find exiting to be time-consuming. I'm trying to hurry. They will not only cut through Suburban Heights, they're going to park there. And according to the developer, they're legally allowed to park there because that is a city street. You can't have them towed. They can park there all they want to. So not only are we going to get the traffic that cut through, we're going to be parking lot heaven. Our walkable streets will be dangerous and crowded.
Thank you. I'm sorry you ran out of time, but I appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Okay. Shelby?
Thank you. Our next caller is Christine Burgett. Christine, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Christine Burgett, and my family and I have had the pleasure of living. I'm really concerned with how this revised development will adversely affect our neighborhood and the surrounding areas. A 6-story mixed-use development is out of character for this area. If you come to this area, you would see that there's only 1- and 2-story buildings around. So a 6-story building would be really out of place and would alter the feel and the character of the great place that we live in. I know that our City Commission has the vision of residents walking to Publix and to other businesses that are close, but I can tell you right now that this does not really happen currently, and there's no reason to think that the people in this new development would start walking places. I'm also really concerned about the increase in traffic that will come right in front of my home. My home is located on the street just south of the development, and that is where people already cut through our neighborhood to avoid backups on 43rd Street. And we enjoy playing with our kids in front of our home when it's not, the rush hour times. And so I'm concerned that additional cut-through traffic that would happen is going to prevent our kids from being able to play there and enjoy being part of this neighborhood. In addition, Suburban Heights has no sidewalks, and so when we do go out for walks in our neighborhood, and a lot of people in our neighborhood do like to walk through it or jog through it, we have to walk in the streets, and so increased cut-through traffic would make walking in our neighborhood more precarious. Thanks for listening, and please vote no on this land use change, and please protect our neighborhood and keep our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Marsha Mott, and then Harry Shaw, and then Tom Lane.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Marsha Mott. I'm a Suburban Heights resident for over 20 years. This entire process has been fraught with due process violations and irregularities when the Commission made a U7 recommendation for land use change, which wasn't requested by the staff or the developers. You violated my rights and the rights of other affected parties by not allowing us to have adequate time, the 10 minutes we were told we would have, to speak at the meeting in April. This dramatically revised application has not gone through the normal process. Developers modified a plan to fit what the Commission told them to do after violating my rights and the rights of others. And yet you keep moving forward with this process. We have reached a boiling point, Mayor Poe. Suburban Heights is one of many neighborhoods that's under attack by the Commission. We ask that you listen to your neighbors about this incompatible development because the developers are taking their profits back to Atlanta and not helping Gainesville. This proposed development will be 20 to 25 feet from a busy road where people drive 45 miles per hour. We've all seen how disastrous this traffic congestion, pedestrians, and fast-moving cars can be, as evidenced by recent traffic fatalities on University Avenue, as well as this very intersection we're talking about. We can prevent this from getting worse now, rather than trying to come up with safety remediations after the fact, like we're doing on University Avenue now. I one day took RTS to and from work, one time. I worked 5 miles from home at a building near the VA. It took 45 minutes of travel on the bus. I had to walk a half mile to a bus stop in both directions on top of that. Public transportation is only efficient and convenient for college students, so it's doubtful that it's going to be convenient for people who are living in this towering apartment complex. Show us that you care by protecting our neighborhoods by voting to deny this U7 land use change that was improperly approved by the commission without being requested by the applicant. We don't want the standard at Millhopper. We support reasonable growth and the safety of all of our residents. Please deny the U7 land use change. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now hear from Megan Viverka. Megan, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Megan Viverka. I'm an affected party living in Suburban Heights. I would like to say that I oppose the land use change to Urban 7. The intensity level of an urban development next to single-family homes is incompatible. I'm concerned about my loss of privacy in my own backyard if there's a high-rise put right next to my property. I don't think this is the right thing to do, and I really hope that you listen to us as citizens and people that vote for you. Please vote no on the land use change.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Harry Shaw.
Welcome.
Commissioners, I'm Harry Shaw, a 47-year resident of Suburban Heights. I strongly oppose the Commission's proposed new urbanism plan because it is so very incompatible with the residential Suburban Heights neighborhood and therefore incompatible with the city's own comprehensive plan, goals 1 and 2 of which call for the promotion and improvement of the quality of life. As to the developer's assertion that things will be better for the neighbors, saying it does not make it so. With that in mind, along with the Commission's touted concern for citizen input, and remembering that I don't know of one Suburban Heights resident who is in favor of the current Commission's plan. I'd like to list some of the important grievances that Suburban Heights neighbors have with the Commission's proposed U2 land use plan. We oppose the imposition of a monstrous 6-story mixed-use, high-intensity commercial and residential development with a parking garage, a development extremely incompatible with the adjacent Suburban Heights neighborhood. It would be a development autocratically forced by the City Commission on neighbors strongly opposed to it. We are victims of the City Commission's apparent violation of due process and citizens' rights. We resent and oppose the City Commission's apparent devious and possibly illegal collusion prior to the April quasi-judicial hearing to agree on foisting the highly permissive U7 zoning on unwilling neighbors. We fear that already hazardous traffic conditions with 2 deaths in the last 3 years and spillover traffic would inevitably be made worse by the proposed development. The availability of the developer's final proposal and any traffic and parking impact studies prior to this hearing greatly disadvantages opposing citizens. We resent and recognize the City Commission's similar unjust treatment
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I'm afraid your time has
of
expired.
other residential Gainesville neighborhoods
Thank
such
you
as
for-
Kirkwood, Pleasant Street,
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I
Depot
appreciate you being
Park,
with us tonight.
Seminary Lane,
Shelby, we're going to go over
Porter's Quarters, and others.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
And then they came for us.
Thank you, Mayor Poe. Our next caller is Matt Howland. Mr. Howland, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Poe. Good evening, Commissioners. This is Matt Howland. I'd like to share with you that I've spoken with hundreds of citizens in Suburban Heights and hundreds of citizens near Suburban Heights, and I haven't yet met one person in support of the latest land use changes. They've been reasonable, they've been polite, they've been patient, they're willing to compromise. They've been strong advocates so far. I support the city's goals to add housing. I support the city's goals to move towards high density development in the right areas. But I fear blowback caused by this particular project will affect the city's ability to pursue further forward-thinking high density development projects. And sometimes good government is about deciding not to do something. So I encourage the commission to listen to the overwhelming majority of residents who are opposed to the recent land use changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Tom Lane, followed by Christiana Shaw, I believe.
Welcome.
I'm Tom Lane, and I'd like to say, when I moved to Gainesville in '73, one of the things I constantly heard was we didn't want this town to become like Atlanta or South Florida or Orlando. And I could see where on 13th Street, and especially in downtown around University, we're fast becoming like this. But I want you to think about something from 34th Street at the corner all the way up to 43rd on what 16th but 23rd was sort of designated for churches. There's one church after another up through there, all along through there that serve the community on both sides. Just drive it and see. Well, if this goes through, this is like a Trojan horse for every one of those churches say, oh, okay, now put an apartment place there. I'm going to move out and I wanted to put an apartment. This will radically change Gainesville. Just coming out of my neighborhood, the first thing I would see when I turned and headed west would be this huge monstrosity. These type of things change the visual idea of what Gainesville is. And really, starting there, right there, 34th Street, the corners, and then going all the way up there, it was like that was where the churches in Gainesville were being put. In fact, this is a historic church was there because it was given for the land to be the first integrated church. I mean, there should be a historical marker there. And I know my wife, she's all for a Starbucks there. Tell them to come put a Starbucks. I don't care what you do, but I don't want to see this historical Trojan horse come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby.
Thank you. Our next caller is Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Wow. I'm just overwhelmed on listening to all the people that I hope commissioners that you are listening and not just shutting your ears out. As a realtor here since 1985, I can tell you that this U7, whatever that means, I would like to know, number one, what commissioner suggested that, because even the planners, my understanding was, didn't even suggest that. And I would like to ask the planners, how do you get cars off the road? He said that like 3 or 4 times. I don't know how to get cars off the road. And the 6th story doesn't even fit in the neighborhood, in the area. What the pictures were in the beginning is what the corner of University and 13th. That's where it should be, number one. And I don't know if everybody knows this or not, but when they have problems on I-75, when there's accidents and things like that, traffic is detoured onto 43rd Street. I don't know if people know that or not, but that happened to me once. You all did a great job on University Avenue by the university and putting these bumps in the road. And what is happening now, people I haven't been on University Road since they probably a week after you did that. And I understand why, for people that are reading their phones and not watching traffic and get hit by a car. But people are diverting into other neighborhoods. I can go on and on. I know I don't have a lot of time, but what is U7? That was never in the picture in the beginning. And I just say to everybody that's been there and is there, elections have consequences, and what we elect, we get, unfortunately, sometimes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We have Christiana Shaw, or maybe Christina Shaw.
Welcome.
Thank you. Christiana was correct. Good evening, Mayor Pohl and City Commissioners. I am Christiana Shaw, a Suburban Heights resident for 47 years, and I am an affected party. You might recall that you, the City of Gainesville Commission, denied me and my neighbors our due process at your April meeting to speak for 10 minutes. So I'm glad to receive these 3 minutes tonight to express my opinion using my free speech. We, the residents of Suburban Heights, and our friends, your neighbors, your constituents, and we all are very concerned about the development of the entire city of Gainesville. Suburban Heights is currently one of the most desirable communities in Gainesville because of its short drive to many businesses, restaurants, library, entertainment, and excellent education facilities from preschool to higher education. All of us are proud of our community and our city, but we are not currently proud that the majority of our city commissioners seem ready to impose on us 220 new apartments on the corner of Northwest 23rd Avenue and Northwest 43rd Street, as the most recent petition that you received with nearly 1,000 signatures so indicates. The petitions presented to you in April and before had over 1,200 signatures with some overlap, but the petitions together show that we have not changed our minds about how you want to develop that corner, meaning that we do not support increased traffic and less safety on the streets of Suburban Heights. Through petitions, letters, Zoom meetings, phone calls, in-person meetings, and social gatherings, your neighbor constituents have well informed all of you that the current land use proposal is totally unacceptable for the Suburban Heights neighborhood. We hired you to represent not only us, but also many other communities in Gainesville that do not want high-rise developments overlooking and taking over their neighborhoods, causing loss of private land, dispersing families, and disrupting cultural ties. There must be a better and safer way to provide homes for neighbors of all incomes and talents. We have a growing multicultural community in Suburban Heights, and we enjoy getting to know our new neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being with us tonight. Shelby, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next caller is Taylor Mott.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Taylor. I am a Suburban Heights resident for over 20 years, and I just purchased my first home in Palmview, which is just less than a mile from the area that we were speaking about. And I just wanted to call in and let you guys know that I'm very against this proposal. I'm a person who rides her bike all the time. The area is not very safe anymore. Just the other day, I was biking across the road and almost got hit by a car, and then it happened about 20 feet later as well. The area already has so much traffic, and I'm just so incredibly concerned about how much more traffic this is going to. This is really incompatible with the area that we have as well, and I'm very opposed to this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Chris Goodrich.
Sure. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Chris Goodrich. I have to get the overhead. Thank you. My name is Chris Goodrich. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm a resident of Northwest 20th Place, and I'm here tonight to present a petition to oppose urban use 7 land use of this development. We are 842 signers from Gainesville and nearby residences with an associated address. And I'm showing you here and in the packets a series of maps that show these addresses. And as I proceed through them, we're steadily zooming in on the subject property area, which is here. And as you can see, these are local people who regularly interact with the property, which is here. To summarize our petition, we object to the urban use 7 land use we feel is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and in conflict with the Gainesville Comprehensive Plan. It unnecessarily increases the intensity of the community and the intersection. This development adds vehicular traffic from both retail and 220 residential units to an already dangerous intersection. There is a history of vehicle accidents here, including a major gas truck fire and vehicular death, and there are already multiple pedestrian deaths that have occurred at the intersection. Also, we feel the methods of the changes to this petition are abusive to the process. Affected parties were not given time to speak as part of a proper quasi-judicial hearing. Plan Board staff and the Department of Sustainable Development encouraged a collaborative PUD, which the Commission then manipulated into something completely different. Finally, there was no Plan Board hearing or evidentiary quasi-judicial hearing on this item, as the evidence prepared by neighbors was for a completely different development project. It has been repeatedly stated that this change will add multifamily housing to the allowable uses, including on today's editorial page. Multifamily housing is already allowable on the property. This change only serves to triple the intensity. Our neighborhood has long supported a development under the existing zoning of the property. So what is this change really about? It's to add retail, not residential. At every step of the way, we have seen retail development projects come to this corner, and we have been encouraged to collaborate, which we did. We don't need retail. We have one of everything, more likely 2 right there already. There's already vacant lease space available in the 2 grocery shopping centers across the street. All this does is to steal retail market share from areas that really could use it. I would offer that perhaps a successful plan would be to utilize a zoning change that supports a similar intensity of development to that is there now, such as urban use 4.
Yeah, and I'm afraid your time has expired.
Otherwise, I urge you vote no.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the handouts too. Shelby, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is our last caller on the line at the moment, Cynthia Chestnut. Ms. Chestnut, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I would urge the Commission to pause and listen to the citizens from Suburban Heights. The citizens are quite concerned that the U7 zoning would allow for a 6-story building with 220 residents, too much for a residential single-family neighborhood. I share their concern that no impact studies have been done to address the potential traffic prior to the hearing tonight. I think U7 is much too aggressive for this tranquil neighborhood. I also urge you to stop and look at the impact that your decision for upfill have had on other residential neighborhoods like Pleasant Street, Depot Park, Seminary Lane, Porters. And pause. Listen to the citizens. We know what we want in our neighborhood. We just need willing listeners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Karen Arrington.
Welcome.
Good evening. I
I oppose the urban U7. I've noted that you have, beyond the call, which I couldn't make out, there was something going on with a telephone line. Taking that outlier call out, 100% of the people coming before you have opposed this development, 100%. Where in this country is there such consensus on anything? 100%. These are the citizens. You need to listen to them. I'm very concerned that this project has been foisted on people. I'm very concerned that you have not followed proper processes, and you know how to do it, and you have legal people to help you do that. I'm concerned it was improperly approved. I'm very concerned that it's not compatible with adjacent neighborhoods. You have to take into account that all these people who have lived in these neighborhoods 20, 30, 40 years have paid taxes. If you added up all the taxes that people who've spoken to you prior to me have paid over these years, it would be enormous. You need to take that into consideration. And I'm going to reiterate what other people said. Our neighborhoods are dying. Porter's, Seminary Lane, so many, history is dying. The amount of demolition in Gainesville is horrific. And I'll never get this vision of the rose window being cracked, left on the ground from St. Michael's Episcopal. I'll never forget that, this picture in the Gainesville Sun. I'll never forget it. Calling the conservation area on the southwest side conservation area is laughable because it's minuscule. It is time you listen to the citizens. It really is time. We've waited and waited for you to listen. Please listen to the overwhelming majority who kindly ask you. They come before you and very kindly. They exhibit a lot of respect. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. She'll just give us a moment.
Pardon the interruption, Mr. Mayor. I spoke too soon, and we do have a few more callers on the line when you're ready for us.
Yeah, go ahead, Shelby.
Thanks. Our first is Melissa Orton. Melissa, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Hi. I just wanted to call in and kind of bring up the subject that affects me most. I don't live in Suburban Heights. I really don't have a personal connection. However, I have some looking into the history of the area, and it bothers me immensely that this, first off, the first approach bothered me by the smaller scale buildings that were going to be buried next to a historically black cemetery where slaves are buried. No one seems to be mentioning that. I don't know if most people just don't know or don't care, but it bothers me now even more to know that this gigantic building would be buried next to people's grandparents and great-grandparents and their ancestors. In addition to the fact that most people don't know that that land that the building is proposed to be built on is historically way back slave land. It was given to former slaves, and they willed it to the church. Probably had no idea that someone one day, hundreds of years later, was going to build high-rises on it. And the fact that the church is now gone, but next door is a cemetery. I mean, to me, in this day and age, I feel like we should be much more sensitive to the people that are buried in that cemetery. I'd be horrified if my grandmother, my great-grandmother, was all of a sudden going to be buried next to, a drive-through, a Target, a high-rise apartment building. But I can tell you the other thing is it probably wouldn't happen because I'm white. And I cannot think of any place else that's a white cemetery, a traditionally white cemetery in town that butts up to any sort of commercial buildings. The cemetery on 39th Street has a church and a neighborhood as a buffer. And now, yet people don't get afforded that luxury. And I am sure that when they were into that land, no one even had a concept that one day there wouldn't be a church there anymore to have their loved ones be resting next to. I personally would not want to be buried next to a drive-through or commercial building such as that. And yes, on the other side there is office complex, but it is quiet. And I've walked down that road many, many times. I've walked to the cemetery. It's quiet and peaceful. And now people who, let's be honest, historically have not been respected in our country at all. And now we're going to build something so crap next to them and not care about their legacy, not care about their history. If anybody wants to look it up, you can look up the history of the cemetery. You can find names of people who are buried there, but you go way back out who these people are. There's decorated military.
Thank you, ma'am.
Miss Orton, that is 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you very much.
Okay. We have Karen Beatty, I believe. And after her will be Nancy Darren.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to present my thoughts. I don't live near Suburban Heights. I live off Millhopper Road in Deer Run, but I've been here over close to 40 years, and I'm concerned about the traffic and the safety. Being here that long, I've seen all the businesses being developed, especially along 43rd Street. I visit an awful lot of them, and the traffic has drastically increased. Safety is also a big concern. I feel that this development will increase the traffic along 43rd and 23rd because you build the businesses and people will come. So the traffic is drastically increased on 43rd Street. Everybody's going 45 miles an hour. And all the businesses that are already there. I don't feel that we need more businesses and more traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby, back to you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Abe Goldman. Abe, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I don't live in the area in Suburban Heights, but I shop, and my wife shops, and many of our friends shop regularly in that area. And I'd like to point out that we will all be affected by this. Mr. Goodrich's petition showed signatures from all over the city, and those people also will all be affected. And, with all due respect to Mr. Frazier in the beginning, who asserted that this development will take cars off the road, that is absolutely, on the face of it, is ridiculous and probably deceptive. There is no way that 220 additional apartment residences are going to all walk everywhere they go, even if some of them walk across the street to the new retail developments or the existing ones. They will drive elsewhere. There will be more traffic on that area. There will be less parking spaces. There will be effects to people all over the city who go shopping currently or who will potentially go shopping in the new retail developments. This is not a good idea. And as the residents in this area have uniformly stated, this is really part of a war that you seem to be conducting on neighborhoods. I don't understand why you're doing this. You've sort of put in a fixed idea in your mind that this is what we need to do all over the city. And there are places where it makes sense, but this is not one of them. And it will affect not only local residents in that area, it will affect the rest of us who do shop in this region overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Nancy Darren.
Welcome.
Thank you. Could I have the... Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Climate crisis is at code red. Extreme weather events, including powerful heat waves and devastating floods, are now the new normal, and their costs are going up. Commissioners, it's time to take action. Buildings are a major source of emissions and energy use. Living green infrastructure is an imperative if we're to have a livable city 20 years from now. This proposal reflects a 20th century model that is antiquated and detrimental to the health of people in this area, the financial health of the city, and the capacity of our public services. I ask you to reject U7 zoning, reject 6 stories with almost no buffers that are incompatible in our area, far from downtown or midtown. Don't pull another Arby's or CVS disaster. This is leapfrog zoning rather than stair-stepping. It ignores the intention of transects that, quote, each has appropriate characteristics for its location. It will tower over the neighborhood, dramatically altering the character, the heat load, the air pollution, stormwater, safety, traffic issues of our area. No one asked for this change, not the developer, not the neighbors. The planning board hasn't reviewed it. There's been no traffic study. I ask you to modify this to a lower intensity zoning, no more than 2 to 3 stories, with a smaller footprint that includes a deep buffer of mixed existing and additional trees and vegetation along both 43rd and 23rd, especially at the front intersection. Smaller footprint and lower zoning can be compatible with our area, providing more housing while addressing quality of life centered around environmental health, community benefit, and climate impact. Energy efficiency and electrification should be part of the requirements. Heat island effect can raise urban temperatures 22 degrees above surrounding areas. We're projected to have 55 days over 105 degrees by mid-century. It also generates cloudbursts that overwhelm stormwater systems and flood properties. Cities need to breathe. With some imagination, this special site could result in a much more right-sized, inclusive, climate-sensitive asset that could start to create a more boulevard feel and tie together this planned city park with residential neighborhoods, creating a cooler, more compatible neighborhood and a pedestrian-friendly situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby, back to you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Janet Frank. Janet, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot to add that hasn't already been stated, but I think it's important to at least make the comments. I think what Karen Arrington said, that you have 100% opposition to this, and that's compelling, and I am yet part of that 100%. A lot of the same concerns that other people have stated, a building of that size and scale is just completely out of, it's incompatible with whatever is around this neighborhood. The intersection, as many people have noted, is already really difficult to navigate, even for a savvy driver who's paying attention, and that's not the norm. A savvy driver who's paying attention is not typically what you have. I just can't see how accidents, risk of death is not going to be increased with this kind of building. I also, like everyone else, I'm failing to see how this cannot increase traffic. If you're talking about 200 plus residential units, certainly it's not realistic to think that these people are going to walk everywhere that they go. If they're students, it's not safe. There aren't enough sidewalks for them to get to Santa Fe. It just, I'm not convinced, based on what's been presented, that that's not going to increase traffic. And I really have to wonder if any of the commissioners were residing in suburban Heights, how would they personally really feel about this? I've been a resident for 18 years. This is a really well-established neighborhood. A lot of people have been here a long time. If you were one of those people, how would you feel about this? So I urge you to reconsider and vote no on the land use change. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mike Thompson.
Well, good evening. Thank you. I'm Mike Thompson. I don't live in suburban Heights, but actually I do live closer to the church or to this property than a lot of people in suburban Heights. So I'm one of those intrepid people that does walk around, and I'll go across the streets there, but I walk fast. That helps, but I sure would miss any kind of green space that's there because, for one thing, it's calming. One thing I do also on that street a lot is commute. You know, I go up and down a lot of times in addition to walking, and to have any more traffic right there just adds to traffic piling up, waiting to cross, more pollution. You can't avoid the fact that that's an artery and that there will have to be traffic someplace. You know, you might want to redirect traffic, but a lot of traffic's got to get through. And as we heard earlier, that sometimes that can be when traffic is rerouted off of I-75. So that can be a real mess. Look at the intersections that are so busy right now, the commercial kind of intersections on 43rd between Newberry Road and 8th Avenue and 39th and 52nd, 53rd. All those have businesses around, but at least one of those corners in all those places is more calmed, more green space, more sometimes with apartments, sometimes with houses, but they're all green, they're more calmed, and this just adds to more hassle right here in this spot. And I do get concerned about people trying to cross the traffic that, you know, consider people in that building that maybe they can get on the bus route, taking the 43 bus going south because that's right by the way they go. But when they come back north and have to get off again, then suddenly they've got to cross the 43rd. And, well, is that really a reasonable thing to ask of anybody? In addition, they may not have cars, but they might need rideshare. How many Uber and Lyft are we going to have just poking around that area? And about having a tall building, you look about even downtown here, where the tall buildings live. Right here, just today, I read about how the building that y'all wanted to propose for Lot 10 is something that the neighbors there oppose. So certainly, way out in a residential area, which has its own kind of feel, is a place where you ought to be watching for what they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for cleaning the...
Ms. Malden is an absolute hero, and I don't use that word lightly. She has been a champion of the chambers. Okay, Shelby, back over to you. We normally don't allow cheering or jeering, but for Ms. Malden, we will make an exception. Go ahead, Shelby.
Our next caller is Jonathan Orsini. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Hello, thanks for giving me the time to talk tonight. I'm calling as a resident of Suburban Heights who has actually lived here twice. I moved here in 1987 and grew up here. And when I had the means to, I moved back here as an adult and bought a house here. So I've been in Gainesville my whole life, and whenever I've had the opportunity to, I've wanted to live in Suburban Heights. It's one of the best places in town. And when you talk to people all over town, everybody says the same thing. It's one of the best places. It's one of the best places to live in town. So I think that I can understand that it's very difficult being on the city commission trying to balance commercial needs of the community against residential needs. And I've spoken to the city commission before about, I know there's currently a low-income housing crisis in Gainesville and the local community. So I know housing is important, although I don't see how this housing supports any of the mission of the Gainesville community to resolve the low-income housing crisis. But as someone that grew up here in Gainesville, I think what I want to say is that I remember this city used to be very small, not a lot of tall buildings, lots of trees and green spaces. You know, all of my memories as a kid were running around the woods in this neighborhood, probably getting yelled at by some of the neighbors that have actually spoken on this call. And I think that one of the things that's happened over the years, and I always hear people complain about it. Gainesville's changing. All the small businesses are, Midtown was built up and the small businesses are going away and returning into the community with high-rise buildings that nobody seems to like. So we always kind of wonder how the decisions were made to sort of move in this direction. And based on my experience, working with senior executives as they sort of make these decisions about how communities are supposed to develop, I feel like people sometimes get confused about what they're doing and they see some greater good and forget that they're actually serving the community. And I think what's really important for leaders to do is to be effective listeners. And I think the key takeaway here is that we have a bunch of people that have lived in this community a long time that don't want the community to be developed this way. So I hope the city commissioners are listening. I hope that we can spend more time on projects that maybe help with low-income housing. I hope that, a space like this, I think, would be a perfect green space. I remember, like I said, Gainesville used to just be covered in green spaces, and now I feel like, especially when you look at different parts of town, it's just giant sprawl, just like South Florida. And I'm running out of time, but I think what makes Gainesville a special community is how pretty it is and how pretty it's been. And I think building a huge building like that right there is just completely out of touch with reality and not listening to your constituents. So I hope you listen to us, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We have Paula Stammer.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I'm a resident of Gainesville. I live near Suburban Heights, but don't live in that immediate area. And I frequently travel to that area for services and shopping. This is not the first time, of course, I've come before the City Commission in the over 30 years that I have lived here in Gainesville. And over the course of time, there have been many incidents where the doublespeak that gets employed to advance a cause the city or some members of the city government are interested in can become sort of stupefying. I have been in several various battles, usually involving the environment. I can remember when leveling trees to preserve the wildlife was being promoted, pave over the woods to protect the natural terrain of the creek, control flooding by building retention ponds uphill from the flooding problem, remove protections to wetlands to protect the aquifer, burn trees to reduce emissions and fight global warming, build a woody biomass power plant to reduce utility costs. And now tonight we have, instead of build it and they will come, we have higher density creates less traffic. There are a number of other more substantive things I can say, particularly with regard to this project, but numerous speakers this evening have already addressed those points. If you wonder why citizens generally, or at times, have difficulty finding their representatives credible, this is one of the reasons. If they pay attention over the course of time, a lot of nonsense gets expressed in order to advance a cause. For whatever reasons, my personal feeling is money is the main driver here. Somebody owns property and they want to make a killing, and the more dense more densely they develop the property, the more money the immediate beneficiaries will get, even though I think the city as a whole will suffer a lot of degradation and diminished livability. So I urge you this evening to vote against this ordinance. The process involved in getting here is very suspect. There have been an awful lot of compromises to due process. The citizenry obviously don't support it, so why put yourselves out on a limb with a view towards your future electability?
Thanks for being here. Appreciate that.
Thank you very
Shelby,
much.
back over to
Good
you.
night.
Thank you. Our next caller is Greg Mott. Mr. Mott, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Greg Mott. I'm a resident of Suburban Heights. I could sit here and
throw up all the different reasons why we shouldn't have this development, but they've been thrown up, and people have done a very good job, and I appreciate all the people that have spoken. Bottom line is this needs to go back to the planning board. It really should have never gotten off the planning board since it was a 3-3 tie, but somehow we're sitting here in front of the city commission getting ready to go with one of the most outrageous, dense land uses that we could possibly go for this corner. It needs to go back to the plan board. Let's do it right. Let's get it right. Let's all work together and get something in there that maybe truly help with traffic, low-income housing, and also make everyone proud of what they build. I would like to also take this opportunity to remind these city commissioners that they were elected to be representatives of the people. Please take this opportunity to represent us and not the developers, and let's move forward and send it back to the planning board and start over where we need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay. We have Deborah McEdward, followed by Tracy Staples.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Deborah McEdward, and I have a visual aid here. Okay. I'm a resident of Palmview Estates, and I'm concerned that there has not been a traffic test or some sort of evaluation, but I can provide one sort of inadvertently. For the past 15 years, I've ridden the 43 bus to the university from Palmview Estates, crossing the street in the morning to catch the bus on the west side of the street, coming back in the afternoon, and getting off on the east side. In the past 15 years, I've had to wait a considerable amount of time to cross the street. Cars do go very quickly. Recently, we had an accident on I-75, and indeed, the traffic was outrageous coming down 43rd Street. It's difficult now to figure out how people will get access to this development. If you look at this map, Publix, there's a bar in the road, so you can't cross. So in order to get into this area, people going north will have to either turn south here onto the residential road getting into Suburban Heights and go all the way up, around, and in. People traveling from 23rd will have to go to the intersection, go south, go through the neighborhood, come up, and go in, because the only entrance is only 7 cars from the intersection. Going east on 23rd is 3 lanes, one of which is a turn lane. So people are going to have to cross from the inside lane across 3 lanes of traffic when there could be more than 7 cars, which there frequently are, in order to get into this area. The only way to get in and out is going to be go all the way around through the neighborhood every time. And again, this is an extremely busy road. I have to sometimes wait in the middle of the road for 5 minutes before I can cross, getting to the bus in the morning. So if you're expecting people to either take the bus or use the public transportation, you're really asking them to be in an extremely dangerous situation. It's not safe. This is not going to cause less traffic. It will cause more, and it will be more dangerous for your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby?
Thank you. Our next caller is Christina Fields. Miss Fields, please go ahead.
Thank you. Am I on? Can you hear me?
You are.
Okay. Hello. I believe this development is totally ill-conceived and unnecessary. I think that it needs to go back to the drawing board. The comments that people have stated is that it is more likely to not drive, that people living there will be less likely to drive around, and there would be less traffic. This is a mega apartment complex, and it's ludicrous. I live close to Suburban Heights and shop weekly at Thornbrook, and as previously mentioned by numerous people, the traffic is already extremely heavy on 16th and 43rd. But what hasn't been effectively addressed, as far as I am concerned, is the services the traffic for 230 units will generate. Look at your typical neighborhood. How many times do you see Amazon trucks, UPS trucks, Uber traffic, gardeners, medical visits, child care keepers, housekeepers, cleaners, maids, utility service individuals, repairs on appliances, not to even mention the visitors who will want to visit this phantom 230 units. This is not a small complex that you're talking about. This is a mega community that is unnecessary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Tracy Staples, followed by Addison Staples.
Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak to you guys. Again, my name is Tracy Staples. I'm a Suburban Heights resident. I'm also the vice president of the association, although I don't need to speak for them because they are here speaking to you themselves. My home shares a back fence with the conservation zone, and I think I would be a pretty good test case probably for someone that might live, work, and do all the things in that neighborhood. I live almost right on top of that property, and I work less than a half a mile away, right beside Fresh Market, and I've never attempted to walk to work once. And I would never consider not owning a car. I am here, like all of the other members of this community, to ask you to vote no on the proposal tonight. I have been highly involved in this process from the beginning, working with the Wilson Development Group. I can't help but feel incredibly disheartened by the way this entire process has played out. Becoming increasingly clear to me and to all of your constituents that many of you on this commission operate and vote under the idea that you are an expert on all the things. There is a disregard for your community and their input. There's a disregard for your volunteer city plan board. There's a disregard for your own city planning staff. As a community, we have followed this process intently, just as I would think you would hope us to do. We followed the rules, we followed the recommendations from the experts. When the city planning board recommended the original proposal not be passed, recommended that the community work with the developers to find an agreeable PUD, that's exactly what we did. We listened to the experts. The PUD was narrowly passed through the city planning board to be voted on by you with a recommendation from your own paid staff experts for you to vote yes, but instead you disregarded your staff reports and you decided that you know better. You took over the development in a shocking twist of events and decided that you were going to dictate what a developer had to do on his soon-to-be owned property. Because again, you must know better. Has this process been everything that you hoped it would be? Because it has certainly not been what I had hoped it would be. I do not feel full of hope for this community. I do not feel full of hope for my input in this community, and I think a lot of people here would share that sentiment. I don't feel a lot of hope in our elected officials, and I'm just asking tonight that you might humble yourselves, listen to your neighbors, listen to the experts, your staff, what they've said along this process, maybe send it back to the experts that got bypassed this time around, back to the city plan board, and consider voting no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next caller is Lucy Orton. Ms. Orton, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lucy Orton, and I'm calling not because I live in Suburban Heights, but I am a former Buchholz High student, and I don't think this building is a good idea because I know how hard it was to get to school every day before any development or anything like that. It could be a simple car accident or anything, and I live a mile away, and it could take 30 minutes to an hour just to get to school. There's no way that adding buildings and businesses is going to not affect the traffic flow just to get to school. I also know that Buchholz is almost 3,000 students. Adding a apartment building with 200 apartments potentially, that means there could be 200 more new high school students going to Buchholz. And I really don't see how we can manage that, seeing how there's already almost 3,000 kids there. And I think adding these buildings and the apartment complexes would make it very dangerous for people who walk home or people just in general who go to the school, because there would just be an increase of traffic flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next, we have Addison Staples.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Poe and commissioners, for this time and listening to us as citizens. I'm coming to you as a private citizen and an affected party, which previously my wife just came up here and described to you before me. I echo many of the words that have been spoken here before me tonight about how disappointed I am in the way this historically relevant property has been handled, first, mainly by the diocese, to not sell it at a reasonable price to another church, then to knocking it down a few days after Christmas, which I heard all night as they did so, with my kids up wondering what the loud banging was, before the paperwork could be finalized to protect it as a historic site. To the way the city has handled its policies and due process as it concerns this property, which to me seems to be happening in communities such as the Porters neighborhood, Pleasant Street, and many other historic communities and neighborhoods to developers. We all understand that this property will be developed. No one is opposing that. However, we as a community neighborhood have worked diligently with the developers and the diocese for the past 4 years, even inviting them into my home personally, to come up with a zoning suggestion and PUD that satisfied a majority of the residents, not all, but a lot more than you are hearing today. I don't blame the developers, as they have been willing to work with us as neighbors from the beginning. They are now just bending to your requests with this recent proposal. I can't understand why the commission would choose this particular property or any property or community to pick this fight. Many of the speakers here tonight were in favor the last time we were all in front of you in April. What you are proposing for this development has not proven to be successful along University Avenue, as many of the retail spaces remain vacant as I drive past every day. I'm concerned about the process, not necessarily the outcome. This move by several commissioners is just another example of why one has just recently resigned. I remind you that it's not too late to mitigate this. I remind you that trust can start to be renewed with one vote, and I encourage you to listen to the community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Back to you, Shelby.
Thank you. Our next caller is Susan Halbert. Ms. Halbert, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to say that I am against the development of St. Michael's former property because of the traffic problems and the inappropriateness of the plan for that neighborhood to go from a quiet, wooded, small church to a monstrosity of an apartment building and retail space when there's a lot of empty strip malls in town doesn't seem appropriate or wise. And I also want to warn the commission that the Bishop of Florida is a pretty smart lawyer, and he is also, he doesn't necessarily hold the best interests of the city in mind, and so be really quite careful when you're negotiating with him. I have experience as a former member of St. Michael's. And I guess that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Eric Torres.
Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the City Commission for all that you have done, especially in the city during the time of COVID. Some really important things to recognize. I'm a math professor, so first of all, you can't actually bring more people in with cars and say that you'll have less traffic. Just In case we're all wondering about that, that's not mathematically possible. Thought I'd verify that. Second of all, we got real lucky with COVID being in Gainesville specifically with our very large, high population density. And the reason why we got lucky is because the students went away. And the students went away and they lived in the highest population density. However, hopefully you're aware, if not, you really have a moral responsibility to be aware that increasing population density in a city increases the probability of COVID spreading. In fact, any respiratory disease increases spreading as you increase population density. There are several researchers, and I'd be happy to forward you all the statistical, relevant medical research verifying that's our knowledge and evidence of how this works. You cannot increase population density without increasing medical risk for disease. This is a very important thing to consider. I understand we have different conflicting views about what we should be doing with urban sprawl or not. But again, this is the current mathematical research out there, and you need to be aware of that. And be responsible that if you are actively increasing population density, knowing that the mathematical research out there clearly indicates you're increasing the risk of your population, then maybe you really ought to consider why we're wearing these in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no additional callers on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll check back once more after we go through all of the speakers that we have here live, Shelby.
Thank you.
No more? Okay. Sure. Of course. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tamara Robbins. Some of you may know that I do not live in Gainesville, but I am your neighbor who lives in Alachua. I just got to ask you guys, what the heck are you thinking? I mean, seriously, I work in Gainesville every day. I travel that corridor every day. I work in Landmark Woods many days. I spend outside. I work outside every day. My daughter lives on 43rd Street. She graduated from the University of Florida. And that intersection right there, right now, is horribly difficult to maneuver. The only way to make a left-hand turn out of any of the neighborhoods or businesses along 43rd, unless you get a clear shot of both north and south traffic, is to sit in the center lane. I never do that. I'm like, that is Suicide City, sitting in that middle lane like that. It is absolutely horrible. Somebody else put up a map, and she did a really good job of stating. Any of you who have traveled west on 23rd towards Santa Fe High School, have you traveled that road lately? Have any of you maneuvered in that intersection? Any of you? I'm just curious. You all should try it. But heading west on 23rd, that road narrows down to 2 lanes, and it has been in need of repaving for years. Okay, it's horrible. You go the other direction, and you have all those cut-throughs. Remember, you spent all that money trying to figure out on 16th how to get people to be able to get in the center lane and turn left out of their neighborhoods. You remember that? A lot of money was spent trying to figure that out. And then there was the maneuvering of all those pylon things in front of Millhopper Publix to try to figure out how people could get from Fresh Market over to Publix and not collide in the center lane. That took quite a doing. Then there was the concrete that was put on 43rd that would be right in front of this building that kept people from being able to cross over the double lane. And then getting out of CVS, I never go to CVS down that corner because you know why? You can't get out of it unless you want to cut through Suburban Heights, which I'll admit I have done. I've cut through it because you know why? You can only make a right-hand turn, and to go down to Landmark Woods, you got to cut through Suburban Heights and get out. This is insane what you are thinking. The process, you have never posted notice on that property. Your codes say you must post signage to alert the public. You are in violation of public notices. And I'm just learning about all the other things you're in violation of. Why? Because I didn't know it was happening because there was no posted notice. You need to vote no on this and listen to the people for once in your career up here.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Shelby, I'm going to check back with you.
We do have one additional caller, Sylvia Orsini. Sylvia, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to call in and thank the City Commission for taking the time. I know it's after 8 o'clock, so I'm sure lots of you have kids to go to home to, so I appreciate everybody listening to the public comment. You guys heard my husband speak earlier, so I am a current resident of Suburban Heights, and I am opposed to this measure, so I am requesting that you guys vote no. You've heard a lot of different reasons why voting no is probably a good idea. Probably one of the bigger ones is that you're actively going against a lot of your constituents who around here remember and will probably vote you out as a result. But I just wanted to go ahead and mention as well that while you're taking all of this into consideration, again, consider the low-income housing crisis that you have in the city. Take a lot of this consideration into development and maybe put it into some areas that could really use some high-rises on the east side of town potentially, and use this land, possibly even donate it, expand the cemetery, or use it as green space, do some low-level commercialization. I understand that the builders obviously want, some financial, gain from this, but at the end of the day, a 7, 8, 9-story building in this middle of the city where nothing else is just as tall is not going to look right, and it's just going to be an eyesore for everybody, honestly. So really take into consideration what you're doing to the neighborhood. So I won't hold you up any longer. I hope everybody just takes the time to listen to the citizens you've got calling on here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers that didn't get a chance to speak? I'm sorry, I spoke quickly. It's something I remind my daughter to stop doing. Is there anybody else in chambers that has not had a chance to speak? Okay, come on down. Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Myra Hudson. I live on 18th Place, Northwest 18th Place, in the middle of the block. It is a cut-through east-west block off from 43rd, heading west. We've listened to all the really good arguments, really well thought out plans and arguments. I would like to speak for the children. Nobody's mentioned the kids that play in the streets much. On my street, which has, I believe, 18 homes, they're all over 2,000 feet, there are 11 children under 11 years old. And they're in the streets. Of course they're in the streets. You probably played road bikes, tricycles, scooters up and down the street where you lived when you were a kid. They're in the streets. I really, really resent the fact that 18th Place is a cut-through east-west into my neighborhood. I appreciate your listening patiently, kindly. I hope you keep the children in your heart.
Thank you. Shelby, I'm going to check back with you once more, and if there's anybody still downstairs that hasn't had a chance to speak, this would be your opportunity to come on up. Shelby, you have anybody?
I do. Our first caller is Alexandra Marin. Alexandra, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to share with you, honestly, the disappointment that I have. We moved to Gainesville 3 years ago, and we moved into this area in this neighborhood because we wanted to get away from all the hecticness of the bigger cities, and we thought that this was the perfect place to come. And we bought in the suburban neighborhood because one of the things that this neighborhood has is it's really a peaceful community. I spoke last time on how it's wonderful to see the children getting to walk safely to their bus stop. It's wonderful to be able to see people here just feel safe. And when I went to the commission meeting last time that this was talked about, we were chastised by one of the commissioners because everything that was said, that it seemed like we weren't wanting things for other people and for low-income families to come through. When I look at the standard at Mill Hopper, this is not a low-income building. Nobody that is low-income will have the ability to buy into or rent or whatever this complex is going to be. They're not going. Low-income families are not going to be able to move into that neighborhood, into that area. So when you're planting it as something for low-income people, that's not what it's going to be, and you can see it. And so I completely and totally oppose what we're doing. I don't understand what you're doing. I don't understand why you're doing it. I also don't like the fact that when we were there, the builders were not the ones that proposed this. It was the commission. It was the mayor. And so that alerts me to things not being right. And so I'm calling in just to say that I oppose and that I hope and pray that this doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in chambers that has not had a chance to speak? Okay, Shelby, we don't have any more speakers for public comment here. Do you have anybody else on the line?
I do. I have one caller and maybe another one. Our next caller is Sharon Bauer. Sharon, please go ahead.
Thank you. In 1971, some friends and I started a crisis center in the library of St. Michael's Church. And you allowed Jerry and Bach to sneak in between Christmas and New Year's, knowing that structure with this beautiful rose window and sprinkling light combination connection was on the historic preservation agenda. What had done to that building, to that neighborhood is so sad. And as a member of a coalition, Gainesville Neighborhoods United, we stand in solidarity with our neighbors in the suburban Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one more caller if you're ready for them.
Please go ahead.
Our next caller is Troy Laura Moore. Troy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would say that I oppose this land use, and I would say that you are elected to represent the people, and if you listen to the people who have spoken tonight, your decision should be clear and straightforward. And I would hope that you would honor your position and represent the people. Thank you.
Shelby, do you have anybody else?
We might have one other person. We're just checking in with them. A few other people calling in. So we'll check in with them and we will come back to you in just a minute.
Shelby, don't bother. You don't have the screen. We only have one topic, and so if they're calling in, I'm quite sure they're probably on this topic.
Yeah, no problem. I will send them back. Okay, our next caller is Tiffany Mott. Tiffany, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I grew up in suburban Heights. I lived there for my whole life, pretty much, for 20 years. We grew up walking to Kangaroo, walking to the comic book shop before it was a CVS. Grew up playing in the creeks with other neighborhood friends down the street with people's dogs, winding up in our backyards when they got lost. And I just think it's incredibly ridiculous that you would add something that big with that much population change to that area. People in that part of town won't have that option. The kids that everyone else has been mentioning won't have the get to go play out in the creeks in Suburban Heights, get to go walk down to your friend's house and travel all throughout the neighborhood. Also, the other boys with the Buchholz traffic, with the morning traffic, people who are coming in and out of that area for work, that's just not an option to turn through those lanes, turning right into that and not having a clear exit without having to do a whole, like even if you've ever come from Publix over to Fresh Market, I mean, it takes 15 minutes instead of, something that's just a clear shot path. I also think it's really interesting how fast that building was torn down to meet the deadline of it becoming a historical landmark, and I think that should be looked into. I think that people in this neighborhood aren't trying to go against change. There's been a lot of change in that area. I do think that they are trying to keep it a safe change and a positive environment for that community. Thank you.
Okay, Shelby.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ali sorry if I'm butchering this last name, Alawalu. Ali, please go ahead.
I'm opposed to the PUD proposed plan to build the low income housing off of Northwest 23rd and I guess 43rd Street across from like Fresh Market. I've moved from up north from New York. I'm really from New York, and I've seen where people like take the neighborhood because of it's like that part of the neighborhood, the graveyard, those people, that keeps the neighborhood together. I'm maybe from like Manhattan and in New Jersey. I've seen it happen up there, and the communities need those memories there. And when you build a big, like, I guess what you say, I don't know exactly how many numbers. Can you tell me exactly how, they say from what, 150 to 250 new apartments, 7 stories? Is that correct?
So it's 4. If the
Hello?
change were made, if the change were approved, it would be 4 stories by right, 6 stories with certain bonuses for affordable housing.
But it would tower over the graveyards, correct? And when that happens, it kind of belittles that graveyard. It makes it feel like it was not as important as it should be. And in the future, it might make it into a parking lot. It's like that's a very important part of all Black communities. I have someone that's close to me that has a auntie that's my grand aunt that was buried there. And to industrialize that area, this thing is like you could find a better place today. I'm opposed to it, and I really believe that it would be detrimental to the community to have it in the form of like landmarks that's important to communities. And a place where you go, I believe that place and that spot could be immortalized more than just turned into just after a big building there with low income housing is there. But that's all I have to say, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That concludes our callers on the phone.
Okay, thank you very much, Shelby. Thank you, everyone who called in. Thank you for everyone who showed up. We will close public comment for this item and turn to deliberation with the commission. I really do appreciate all the thought that has gone into this. Clearly, the Suburban Heights community has been working hard with one another, and it's nice to see that sort of community activism. I certainly owe it to all of you and everyone else to explain as clearly as I possibly can why I hold the position that I do, what brought me to that position, and to be as transparent as possible. And so I have prepared some comments, and hopefully they will add some clarity for anybody that is wondering why it is I support this particular land use change. So in understanding the opposition to this, I believe that people, our neighbors who love their neighborhood in which they live, look around and want to keep that wonderful neighborhood the way that it is. That is a completely human reaction to change. I challenge us to also consider that our neighborhoods can be made even greater with more wonderful neighbors whose children will be playing with our children, who we will chat with while walking our dogs, and who you will help out in their time of need. According to the preliminary 2020 census data, Gainesville's population grew more than 30% more than new housing stock. That's just in the last 10 years. As demand for housing, both owner-occupied and rental, has outpaced available housing, we have seen rents and sale prices escalate to the point where families are struggling to pay their rent and their mortgages. More families are seeking housing assistance, and pressures on homelessness are accelerating. One of the most powerful tools to reverse this trend is to encourage significantly more housing to be built, especially in high opportunity areas close to jobs, shopping, and transit. The benefits of multifamily housing are many. Let me start with public health. The advantages of walkability, according to the Center for Disease Control, is, quote, the decision to walk can be made easier by improving and connecting routes and destinations in communities. Modifying the built environment makes it easier for people of all ages and abilities to walk, bike, run, or roll. For example, community design can locate residents within a short walking distance of stores and public transportation, end quote. According to Blue Zones, walkable communities are healthier and more economical, but they also offer so much more. They are more diverse, resilient, sustainable, friendlier, and greener. These in-demand neighborhoods draw people from all income brackets, and research shows that people who live in these types of neighborhoods and communities are both healthier and happier. From the U.S. Surgeon General, design communities that support safe and easy places for people to walk. Adopt community planning, land use, and development and zoning that support walking for people of all ages and abilities. The effect on climate change is also significant. Climate scientists Daniel Kahneman, Chris Jones, and Stephen Wheeler in 2018 determined in their seminal paper, Carbon Footprint Planning, quantifying local and state mitigation opportunities for 700 California cities. They found that local government policy levers can right now reduce statewide emissions by up to 35%. Infill housing is the most powerful local policy tool for climate action in urban areas. Urban infill reduces all aspects of carbon footprints, including 2.5 metric CO2 equivalents from transportation, 1.3 metric tons of CO2 equivalents from energy consumption, 1.8 metric tons of CO2 equivalents from food, and 1.7 metric tons of carbon equivalent from goods and services statewide. Rates are expressed as a percentage of full adoption by the year 2050. Under this scenario, by 2050, 80% of new homes would be built in urban infill locations. Homes would be 25% smaller. Vehicle miles and air miles would be reduced by 25%. Demand for energy services would be reduced by 20%. According to the Georgetown Public Policy Review in November of 2019, exclusionary zoning, a practice historically used to racially segregate communities, plagues issues across the political landscape, from climate change to education. This article is the last in a series on how exclusionary zoning perpetuates a discriminatory housing system that threatens our aging population, education system, and climate. A deeper look at the data reveals suburban neighborhoods are the sector's worst perpetrators. The average suburban household produces up to twice the national household average. In large populated urban areas where denser forms of housing are more likely to be legal and vehicle ownership rates are lower, the typical home produces roughly 50% below that average. Among the varieties of residential housing, single-family houses are by far the most environmentally destructive. To a large extent, the environmental virtues of multifamily housing come from the range of transportation modes available to its residents and its proximity to shopping, work, and other destinations. In an article in Vox in September of this year, Gabby Birnbaum said, on its face, single-family zoning is a housing policy that creates quiet, uncrowded neighborhoods by restricting the development of apartments, townhouses, or any other dwelling that's not a freestanding home. It's incredibly prevalent in the U.S. 75% of residential land is single-family zoned. And, as my colleague Jerusalem Demsas points out, it is incredibly harmful. It has had a racist impact, having been used to exclude people of color from certain neighborhoods, and it overall increases the cost of housing by limiting supply. In the Weight of Cities, a United Nations report on dense infill housing as a climate solution, they find that we need to restructure our metropolitan regions for humans first, not cars, plan for urban centers for denser, more efficient living, and finally, govern metropolitan planning efforts regionally. What ties these strategies together is simply the cheaper, more efficient energy and infrastructure needs we could have by shifting from sprawl to denser living. Having plentiful amenities, jobs, and housing close together for all income groups, where more people can walk, bike, and take transit, could reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions by a factor of 2 or more, as could more energy efficient new buildings. Urban sprawl is killing and displacing wildlife and devastating unique Florida ecosystems. Over the next 50 years, urban sprawl in Florida is expected to clear and develop 5 million acres of previously undeveloped land. According to a study by the group Florida 2070 that was reported on the Miami Herald in 2016. Its impact on affordability. Citywide affects a new housing supply, evidence from moving chains from Christina Brato, Orkarki, Harjwan, and Tanuka Semarara. I'm probably not saying those names right. And I'm not going to read this whole excerpt here, but let me skip to the impact. Housing affordability is a major issue in most cities throughout the world. A large body of economic research argues that this is due to shortages in the housing supply driven by local regulatory restrictions. Information on the local benefits of new market rate housing is crucial for local politicians who ultimately make decisions on how much and where to allow new construction to take place. In addition to the direct effect of increasing the housing stock in the neighborhood it is built in, new market rate housing may have a more far-reaching indirect effect through the moving chain process. As new residents move into the newly constructed units, they vacate their old units. These vacant units then get occupied by a new set of residents whose old units become vacant, and so on. Through this process, new market rate housing can have a moderating price effect in the city's lower income neighborhoods, not just in its immediate neighborhood, by effectively loosening the housing markets in these areas through vacancies. However, if a city's housing market is segmented into separate submarkets so that people do not move between them, the moving chains may not reach lower income neighborhoods. And it goes on, but I'm going to skip forward. As far as traffic and density go, this is mentioned by several of our neighbors here. There's a myth that higher density development creates more regional traffic congestion and parking problems than low density development. The facts are that less traffic is generated per unit with higher density development than low density development. Walking and public transit are more feasible, opportunities for shared parking are created, public transit experiences higher ridership and a greater return on investment. Although residents of low-density single-family communities tend to have 2 or more cars per household, residents of high-density apartments and condominiums tend to have only 1 car per household. Mixed-use neighborhoods make it easier for people to park their car in one place and accomplish several tasks, which not only reduces the number of car trips required, but also reduces overall parking needs for the community. And the source is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the Trip Generation Manual, 10th edition. So multifamily development generates half the traffic of single-family neighborhood development. Single-family homes generate an average of 9.4 trips a day. Multifamily generate an average of 4.5 trips a day. Also, more density makes areas more pedestrian safe. The more single-family and sprawled an area, the less safe it is for pedestrians. This area is also connected by 2 significant public transit routes. The number 10 route goes from downtown Gainesville to Santa Fe College, and the 43 route goes from Shands to Santa Fe College. Major employers, major education centers, cutting right through the core of our urban community. So, more dense, multifamily housing is better for our health, our environment, for affordability and for reducing traffic congestion. But where should it be located? I argue that new housing is best located on vacant land within the urban context, especially when near jobs, shopping, transit, and schools. This type of responsible development is in the best short and long-term interest of current neighbors as well as future neighbors. We already have good examples of high-density development in the area with the Atrium, which is a very similar project. It actually takes up more land, but has about the same number of occupants that would be proposed. And finally, we have to ask ourselves who benefits from reducing housing supply. And the answer is people who already own property. Landlords who own apartment complexes benefit. People like me benefit who own our homes because a scarcity of housing drives up costs, drives up price, and increase our personal investment. The way to free up the housing market and to bring downward pressure on both rents and sale is to increase the housing supply, and it should be done equitably throughout our city so that everybody has a choice about where they live in our amazing community. I know you love your neighborhood. I love it too. I commuted that intersection for 24 years as an educator. I got confirmed at St. Michael's Church. In fact, when it was being torn down, someone found the Bible that I was given at confirmation, and in my exuberance of celebrating afterwards, they found it for me, and they found my name in it and returned it to me. I got sworn in on it the last time I took my oath. I want us to have more neighbors. I want them to be able to enjoy your amazing neighborhood as well. I want us to address safety and climate. I want us to address affordability. And all of those things are most effectively accomplished through more dense housing on vacant land. It's not displacing anybody, and it's creating opportunity for folks that otherwise would not have it in that part of our city. For those reasons, that's why I support this change. I respect your right and your passion to disagree with me, but I owed it to you to explain how I arrived at my decision. And I thank you for allowing me to do so. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to thank all the speakers and your thoughtful remarks. I truly do appreciate that. Similar to the mayor, I want to explain why I support the proposed land use. It starts with questions I have for us as a community, because at the end of the day, this is about families and people and the opportunities that people have. And will we give families an opportunity? Will we give 220 families and their kids the ability to have a neighborhood park next to their home? Will we give 220 families the opportunity to be in walking distance to small businesses, restaurants, and 2 grocery stores? Will we give 220 families the ability to live in good school districts? Will we give 220 families the ability to pick the type of housing that they want to live in? Will we give 220 families the ability to live in Gainesville and to not have to live further and further out from our city? Will we give families, 220 families, the opportunity to live in walking distance to vision, mental health, medical, and dental offices? My dental office is over there because I live in the eastern portion of town, and there isn't many dental offices in the eastern portion of town. Will we give 220 families the opportunity to be in walking distance to hundreds and hundreds of jobs? This is a large job center, and there ranges from low wage to high wage professional jobs in this area. It's a high job area. Will we give 220 families the opportunity to live in a high opportunity area of the city? We call ourselves a welcoming city, and I'm proud of that. But we keep ourselves a welcoming city by allowing new neighbors to live in our neighborhoods. That's welcoming. When we stop new neighbors, that's not a welcoming city. We need houses. We need housing. Prices have continued to go up because there's not enough housing in our city. People are getting priced out, and that is a direct result of the city commission decisions in the past to restrict housing supply. This resulted in high rental and purchase prices, and we continue to see it going up almost double digits in the past couple years. There's a reason why we see the sprawl going out west, going into Alachua and High Springs and Jonesville. It's because there isn't an ability to build a lot of housing inside the city. And this is what's causing the worsening traffic. All of those people who are living out west that have to commute into our city. That's why traffic and I think St. John's Road has gotten worse because of all that traffic coming west. We stop urban sprawl by building inside of the city. I've heard that some people won't want to live there. I promise you this place will fill up very quickly. Because of the housing shortages, because people want to live in multifamily housing, but they don't have those opportunities in many portions of the Northwest Gainesville. According to the recent census, we have 1,700 people moving to our community every year. And that is only going to increase in future years as we see more climate refugees coming to our city from the coastal communities. According to the census, in the last 10 years, we underbuilt housing by 2,500 units in our community to meet the number of people who moved into our community. That's why you're seeing a sharp rise in housing and rental prices, because we're not building the housing that's needed, and it's only going to get worse. Another good thing about this proposal is it has guaranteed workforce income housing for the life of the building. Also, this type, in the retail portions of it, this type of land use will support local businesses. Walkable developments support local businesses. Strip mall and car-oriented developments support chain businesses, national chains. If we want local businesses, we have to build walkable developments. I hear all the time from our whole community, why don't we see housing for people that aren't students? This is it. This is housing that most likely will not be student housing. This will be family housing and people who want to live in this area. As for the height, there is a 5-story building, the atrium, that is a couple blocks away from here. The current zoning on the property allows up to 8 stories. This proposal actually lowers the max height allowed on the property. The main thing this does is it adds more housing for families. Also, this building won't be seen from Suburban Heights, the distance from that time from where the building was built. And 6 stories is about the height of pine trees. That's about like a pine tree will block a 6-story building. The proposal will also increase the width of sidewalks in this area. That's much needed to a minimum of 10 feet and will create 20 to 25 feet of a vegetation, tree, and pedestrian space area. Also talked about on traffic, and I think the mayor explained that well, of how this actually will help decrease the amount of traffic that will happen because the housing is going to get built. If it does not build here, it will be built out west and further out and further and further out, and those people have to drive in. So it's not we can stop it from happening, it's where does it happen? And if we allow it here, that will cause less traffic to happen than it getting built further and further west and everyone having to commute in. This also helps meet our goal of the city to have a park within a 10-minute walk of everyone's house in the community. This area does not have a 10-minute walk, and this property and this proposal will give the city ability to have a park. We are in a climate crisis, and this will help us address our goals to lowering carbon emissions. The mayor spoke well about the impacts of multifamily housing and how it reduces carbon emissions. Housing will get built, but it will get further west, and that will have more cars sprawling, driving, and commuting to our city. A recent study that the city did that we received 2 weeks ago, that 30% of the carbon emissions coming from our community come from people driving. That's one of the areas that we need to reduce. We reduce that by having people closer to where they want to go. Commissioner Ward said it well in his op-ed this weekend. Do we have the political will to combat climate change? It's a hard thing from multiple facets, from energy to housing. Every one of these we have to address to be able to combat climate change. The president is meeting with world leaders about climate change right now and how important it is to everyone on our world. The president is also calling for action by cities to allow more housing. The White House had a briefing on Friday talking about zoning and land use regulations and how cities need to change land use to allow more housing, like the project that we have before us. But we have to act upon it. If we just let it go, then we won't do anything about climate change and it will continue to get worse. Will we stand for a sustainable future? Or will we side with the failed policy of the past that got us to the climate crisis we're in now? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner De Santos, for those impassioned arguments. You make tremendous points. Many of the people who came to make comments this evening, several of whom have left, also made great points. I want to address a few things. First, I'll say that it is true that 16th Avenue and 43rd Street, 43rd Avenue, as it changes there, they've got significant deficiencies, and I would encourage everyone to call the county and let county commissioners know about those deficiencies in those county roads. Those are not city streets. We can't fix them, no matter what. The design of those roads were county designs, not anybody on this dais. I find them quizzical as well. I voted against what came to us in April, and I'll vote against anything that comes to us that looks like another strip mall. Because frankly, that's what that looked like to me. It was, you know, a poor use of, I thought, a poor use of a very important piece of land that was going to put a lot of pavement down in a place where it really wouldn't be necessary. There was a lot of parking there, and it would have brought a lot of cars, a lot of car trips in and out consistently. There was a drive-through there that we absolutely I didn't think was necessary. I'm glad we didn't do that. We need more housing in our community. I'm not a believer that the market solves all things by any stretch of the imagination, but supply and demand is a thing. Right now, demand outstrips supply for housing in our community. When that happens, almost always, prices go up. And that's what has been happening in our community for decades now. I voted against the last motion to create this meeting several months ago. But I was hoping that what we would get back was something, I was hoping that we would send a message, had sent a message, that we needed more than one story and a lot of pavement, but maybe less than what we would look for downtown. Because I think what we're talking about tonight makes sense up and down University Avenue in the urban core. Suburban Heights is not the urban core. I was hoping for, and regardless of where all the votes end up tonight, I hope folks hear this when things come back to us up and down 43rd Street, 16th Avenue in the future. What I was hoping for was 4, maybe 5 stories. And the reason for that is that 4 or 5 stories, and as the mayor pointed out, the atrium is 5 stories. It doesn't feel like it because it's surrounded by trees. It kind of disappears into the vegetation. You can do that with 5 stories. As Commissioner Santos said, a lot of pine trees are taller than a 5-story building. I'm not sure most trees are taller than a 6-story building. I was hoping for 4, maybe 5 stories to match the atrium just a couple of blocks away. That's what I was hoping we would see. We don't see that. I don't dislike the proposal. I don't think it works where we're talking about putting it. I hate the idea that development on this spot has been discussed in this room for, 15 years. Whether it was a Walgreens or, any other number of iterations. I hate that it is just sitting there. Frankly, there's a homeless camp that comes and goes there. I hate being involved in punting this again, but I'm going to punt it again or vote to punt it again. And I hope that you hear, everyone involved hears what I'm willing to vote for. I'd also be willing to vote for a full park here, by the way. If there's a way to make that happen, I would be willing to do that. But we need housing. Our community needs housing. And I really do believe it's a supply and demand issue. When there starts to be a housing glut, prices will kind of even out and start to go down. We're not there right now. We bring more people into our community than we build housing for. That makes prices go up. But I don't want to be a part of building something that goes above the tree line in this neighborhood. And when I say this neighborhood, I don't mean Suburban Heights. I mean the area there. We are responsible for protecting your rights in Suburban Heights. We're also responsible for the people who have moved here and will move here now and in the not distant future. We're also responsible for what the community is going to be 5, 10, 50 years from now. And right now, as has been pointed out, we are living with some bad consequences of what seemed like good ideas 40 years ago. We forced development into what was then the county way out on the other side of 34th Street. We put student complexes out there, and that turned out to really be not a great idea. I'm trying to figure out how to square all that now. Lots of decisions that were made on a similar dais to this in this building in the 70s and 80s are coming back to bite us now. I don't want to make similar bad choices. Tonight, I'm going to vote not to approve what's in front of us. I desperately hope that there is some kind of opportunity for neighbors and developers and the commission to get some input together on what ought to be there. And that's going to take compromise on everybody's part. I'm willing to give on a lot of things. I think this is too much. I think what was there before was squandered opportunity. And something we would absolutely regret down the road. So I'm not going to support this. I do want to say one more thing that I hope that goes beyond what we're talking about here, but I hope people here have been talking about it for quite a long time. This is not the last church, the last suburban church that's going to go out of business in our town or in many other towns. Churches are terrific neighbors. They're wonderful. We all get used to having a church as a neighbor, and you don't ever want to see that go because it's quiet. It's green. It's a great parking lot that only gets used a couple times a week. And, you know, it's a place for your kids to learn how to ride their bikes and all that. Churches, and I say this as someone who worked for a church foundation for many years, churches are going out of business left and right. And, you know, whatever that does to the spiritual body of a city is not the point. It changes the physical nature of a city because it leaves a hole where the church used to be. This is not the last time our city is going to be faced with this. And I want you to think, people may be watching at home, and those of you in Suburban Heights, think about what's the next church that's going to go in? What do we do? What's our plan for that? Don't let this be, you know, an example that we don't heed for the future. I will tell you at the other end of 16th Avenue, Highlands Church has been put to a great reuse because a whole lot of people in the community decided it needed to be used. Let's figure out how things can be done for that next church that goes out of business. That's a side editorial comment. Thank you all for your patience. I've said far too much. You get my point, I hope.
Mr. Mayor?
We're during commission deliberation right now.
I understand that. I wanted to offer on behalf of the developer, I represent them, that they are willing to cap it at 5 if that's the desire of the city commission.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us.
Could I have one thing?
Sure.
Very briefly, I don't want a horse trade tonight. I think that's a really bad idea. I said that months ago. I'm not going to do it again. So,
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all the neighbors. It has been a long time since April, but I do recall the neighborhood meeting immediately after, in which I joined many of you, and I expressed to you my opinions about how I felt that meeting went, where I felt we could have done better, and I certainly hope to be able to act on some of that tonight and going forward. So these discussions are hard because the challenges that our city faces, those challenges are hard. We do have a housing shortage. That is a difficult challenge. We have an issue with skyrocketing housing prices. That's a challenge. And I've heard very loud and clear that we have a challenge of neighbors feeling like they're losing their sense of place in this city. And that is a hard challenge. I listen very closely to each comment. I always do that. Every time I sit on this dais, and as well as the comments made by my colleagues, which were very thoughtful, and I want to thank you all for your thoughtful comments. I think we are a lot closer to a solution than we realize. We have to be willing, as the commissioner just said, to accept no one is going to get everything that they want out of this. That's the nature of democratic government. What I would like to do, because I think there's two key issues here. The first issue is, of course, what is going to go on the land use. And the second issue is the process of how this commission gets there. I heard support for multifamily housing. I heard support for retail. I heard support for a lower zoning, something that is closer to what is already in the area, something that is contextual to the area. I heard support for walls for privacy, which is in the ordinance. Support for the city park. Support for affordable workforce housing. I think we are a lot closer to that than we realize. I think this commission will also have to accept that a simple yes or no vote tonight is not really going to be that solution. We have to be creative and offer solutions. And what I would like to ask this commission to consider is that we vote no on this land use change, but that we ask our professional staff to return to us with another land use ordinance that will have not the U7, urban mixed use 7, but to have the transact zoning that is more contextually appropriate of what's across the street. If we do that, that will offer an opportunity for us to keep the conversation going. That will offer an opportunity for the neighborhood to be a part of the conversation, which you have always been. It was the commission's decision in April to change the conversation. I can accept that. It also gives us an opportunity, as commissioners have said, to address the other issues that the city is facing. I think if we go that route, if we have good faith in one another, I think we can find a solution that the city can live with and that the neighborhood can be proud of. I don't just want to have an up or down vote. We have to take responsibility. One of the things that I think is difficult for anybody to come to terms with is accepting that you live in a world with problems that you didn't create. I don't want to be a part of creating problems, and I think a simple no vote would just do that. So what I would like to do is move that we vote no on this land use change, and and that we ask staff to return with the transact zoning change in the ordinance.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner Ward, that we vote to deny the, or vote no on the ordinance, and ask staff to come back with a new petition, I assume. And Andrew, I'm going to turn to you. This would be a completely new petition, correct, if we took this route?
Yes, I believe it would be a completely new
Okay.
petition.
So bring back a new petition that would go through the plan board process and with a new transect zoning.
And just for clarity, right now, what you're considering is a PUD PD zoning application. I think what you're describing is just a straight transect zoning potentially.
Yeah, actually, that's a great clarification. So, of course, my computer died. The ordinance reads the PUD, and it says that the PUD is based on all of the inclusions of the U7 zoning. So what I'd like to do is just change that language in the ordinance, so specific to that. So it would be a new petition because we're voting this particular petition down, but the ordinance could come back with a lot of the same conditions that have already been spoken about. But I don't want the zoning to be based on the urban mixed use 7. I want it to be based on the transect zoning that is across the street that is more contextual to the area. Can that be done?
Mr. Mayor, what I would say is I think that can be done without sort of going back to square one. The only time where
Mr. McDermott may want to weigh in, but the only time where we would need to sort of go back to square one, meaning go back to the plan board, is if the actual ordinance title changed. And I think the ordinance title, provided that it remained a PUD PD, the existing draft ordinance could be amended to reference a different zoning district, meaning not a U7 zoning district, without necessarily starting, back from scratch.
Thank you, and that's my understanding. So thank you for clarifying that. And the reason why I'm asking for staff to return with this is so that in the intermediary time, there's the opportunity for conversation with our stakeholders and our neighbors, because I do want that opportunity to happen, because I think there's been some clear statements about that. And when it does come back to the commission, we will have the opportunity to vote and approve a lot of the things that we are in agreement on. But the one thing that I sense significant disagreement on is the U7 zoning.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. It is about compromise. I think it should be a higher intensity use and more floors, but I understand it is about compromising and getting somewhere that works. I would support a 5-story limit and going down to the U6 zoning, which I think fits well. I don't believe we have to. I think those are two small changes that can be made in the conditions of the PUD. The PUD allows us to mandate workforce housing, which we're doing. So I would rather us just amend the PUD to make those two changes. This still has to come back to us again for the corresponding zoning and other things too. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone who spoke today and who called in. And thank you to the developer for willing to compromise with us, given everything that you've heard from both sides of this dais. I was a little uncomfortable with the 6 stories. 5, if you're willing to compromise, sound perfect to me, given that there is another building, a block or 2 away. And I really appreciate that workforce housing from the 80 to the 120 AMI would be available. And for folks who don't know what 80% AMI looks like in our community, if you have a 2-person household and you are at 80% AMI, you bring home a total of $46,000 a year. That is one of my friends who is a teacher, supporting her partner who cannot work. That is the kind of person who would live there, a young professional couple. This isn't, students who would want to take a bus or make that drive down because it's too far from everything that they want. It's young professionals who want a quiet, nice neighborhood close to amenities. So when we say we're going to put housing here, that's what I think of. I think of friends of mine from undergrad who have a bachelor's, have a job, try to keep it together, but housing that is slightly more affordable than what is out there would be a blessing. That's what I see in here. So any opportunity to build housing in that direction, I am all for it. I do have one question. It might be for Mr. McDermott or Mr. Person, but I think Mr. Person hinted to it earlier. Is there any part of the process that we failed to do properly? Given, taking it back to the plan board or any part of that, did we fail to do due diligence there?
Mr. Mayor, no. I mean, obviously, it was a little bit of an unusual discussion as we went along, but no, there was no deficiencies in terms of following the city's process for due process, notice, all of those things.
Okay, thank you. I know there's a lot of concern. I know there's a lot of worries. I think that what staff and the developers have kind of put together, and it was up on the presentation when, I'm forgetting her name now, and I feel terrible. Someone help me. Thank you. When Brittany gave the presentation, it really highlighted the key points. And it's things that are prohibited. So it can't be a gas station. It can't be all these other things that normally could be. We have purposely pulled out all of that so that the more offensive parts of what is allowed are pulled out. So we've already taken care of that. The proposal as is, it would require very wide sidewalks to make it more walkable. As Commissioner Ward said, we don't own any of those roads. So we can't really do much to it, but what we can work on are those sidewalks and slowly redevelop those sidewalks to make them safer for pedestrians, for cyclists, for folks who do want to cross the street. So at least they have space to wait on and are not right at the edge of the road. There are a lot of very good compromises that are happening here. I would like to go the way of Commissioner Hayes Santos, that if this is changing just the story and everything else kind of stays the same, that we do this today. But that really depends on the will of the majority. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for everyone who came out and who spoke so passionately. I felt a very personal connection to this story tonight. I could say that I almost stand in the shoes with many of the residents from Suburban Heights. One of the reasons that I decided to run for office was because, particularly a few years ago, I developed a very keen awareness for how our communities are developed. And it was always concerning to me that the people who have been there, while you have a chance to say and express your opinion, how your community gets developed sometimes is really exclusive of what you want. Many of you may remember the situation at Seminary Lane. The passionate rally, the march, the over 600 people on a Zoom call the next day before a state magistrate. And what that was about historic preservation. It was about affordable housing. It was about development without displacement. It was about preserving quality of life for existing communities. That's the basis of something that this commission dedicated itself to a few years back. known as equitable development. As I listened to a lot of the comments here tonight, my concern grew more and more that this commission has missed some opportunities over the years to listen and to heed what existing communities are saying, to be creative, and to come up with solutions that work for our neighbors. I jotted down a lot of notes. I'm not going to read a lot of the notes that I jotted down, but there were a lot of questions that arose in my mind as to what we actually had done in the way of studies, how we arrived at this point. But I think the most important thing for me here is that it is important for us to be creative. Absolutely. Housing is an issue. We're in a crisis. But how we do that housing, for me, is the critical issue. I'm not sure, and perhaps someone can answer this for me now, if a traffic study has been done, if a climate study has been done. Have we actually done that work?
Mr. Persons, can you talk about when those types of things are typically done during a development process?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, actually a traffic analysis was done for the original proposal. To date, I don't believe that there's been done one for the proposal before you tonight. Typically, at the land use stage, which is where we are today, there's the detailed traffic study comes later with the development review. Because we're really talking about land use, we're still sort of dealing with abstracts a little bit. And until actual development comes forward, that's when the full-fledged traffic study was done. The applicant may also have more information, but that's essentially pretty consistent with the city's process.
Okay. Was a climate study done?
No, and the city doesn't have a requirement for a climate study.
I can understand that. And I'm assuming that as we move forward, given what the city has committed itself to in terms of addressing issues with climate, that may very well become a part of our process. I was very curious to know if that's something that you had done. The location of this proposed project is very, very important for a number of reasons. Obviously, the existing community of residents who came out to address their quality of life and their concerns. But I would be remiss if I also did not address the historic African American cemetery that is right there. By virtue of my family's business, I've been in that cemetery a lot. Many of my family members are buried there. Friends of the family, etc. I can tell you that when you travel into that cemetery, it's a sacred space. The need for a tranquil, serene, private, intimate experience with family and friends to celebrate the life of your loved one is incredibly important. The idea that a 6-story or even 5-story towering building over a cemetery would exist is personally problematic for me. That ritual, amongst many, but that ritual is sacred. And I believe that we as a commission should be very mindful as we develop near or around things that have sacred significance to groups of people. Probably half a mile down the road west, there's another historic African-American cemetery, Liberty Hill Cemetery. I know that one very well. My 95-year-old grandfather went to school at a tiny little schoolhouse that sits out on that property. His parents are buried in that cemetery. And just behind it, you can see a very tall building that's beautiful, and I'm sure is serving a purpose. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what the building is, but I do know that when we have to travel to that cemetery, it's almost menacing. It's invasive. It's disruptive. We have got to be creative with whatever goes in this space so that our neighbors who utilize sacred spaces understand that we respect them enough to be mindful of their rituals. Because I'll tell you, there's nothing more humiliating that I can think of right now than being stared at or observed by onlookers while you're trying to mourn. I just can't imagine that happening from 6 stories up or 5 stories up. One final thought. I would hope that this conversation and the mention of housing equity and affordability means that this commission will, in our upcoming special meeting, look at reallocating some of our AORP dollars to create the affordable housing that we so desperately need. Commissioner Ariola, I'd like to thank you for your motion. Would you mind repeating that for me?
Sure. It is to vote no on the current proposal in front of us, but to ask staff to return to us with the PUD, but instead of the urban 7 as the basis for the zoning and the density and the heights, it will be the transect zoning that is mirrors what's across the street, which is, if you could repeat, if one of our staff could repeat that for me.
Thank you. So I guess a couple of points.
Across the street, meeting like the Publix shopping plazas that we were talking about. So that actually isn't a transect zoning, but it is zoned mixed use 2. It's mixed use medium land use, which is about 30 units per acre. And so that would be sort of good feedback for Sean and I as we work on the ordinance. Is that what you're talking about?
My mistake on the language makes sense.
Yeah.
And there was and you all had a presentation that showed the actual zoning breakdown, so maybe that would be beneficial to back up.
So how many stories would that allow for, Andrew?
Let's see. Bear with me. And I guess maybe it's probably worth noting that since this is a PUD PD, the commission can essentially set height and density as you sort of see fit without necessarily being sort of tied to any one zoning district potentially. Mixed use 2 allows 5 stories by right and up to 8 stories with height bonus.
But we're not altering what was already in the PUD, which was the 4 by right.
That would be feedback for us.
Yeah.
So if you want to cap it at 5 stories, I would just say cap it at 5 stories. You don't need to reference another.
With the 4 by right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola, I appreciate your motion. I don't like the 5. I don't like the 5. But let me sit for just a second. I can tell you that I appreciate your creativity. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for the motion, and I want the developers to hear When I said 4, maybe 5, that's what I mean. 4, maybe 5. I would like to see that the opportunity for 5, because again, I base this on the atrium, which is below the tree line at 5. I prefer 4. Blow our socks off to get a 5th is what I'm looking for. Or just stick with 4. I hope for something really great that we can all be proud of, and that can earn the trust of the neighborhood behind it, and provide tranquility is not the word I want to use, but respect at the very least to the cemetery next door. It's a tall order. I'm fully aware that what we're asking for is difficult and requires, again, compromise on many sides. It needs to be something special for me to be comfortable with 5. I'll work with 4, that's below the tree line. And I urge everybody to take a drive by the atrium and get a feel for how that works. And then go back around to the Wood Creek, just the development just to the east of the atrium. I've done this many times over the last few weeks, just to make sure that I had a feel for what we're talking about. It does not feel like there's a towering building over it. The original request was to include, to maintain the trees to the point that it's possible. And I know that it may not be entirely possible, but to do what you can to maintain existing mature tree screen. I know not everybody's going to be happy with this. I get it. But we need something to move forward there that is useful today and 30, 40, 50 years from now. So that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm very serious when I say 4, maybe 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Areola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do see that the motion has lit up the board, so I will allow my colleagues to speak. I just wanted to make a couple of points. Number one, so the 6th floor is not going to happen. That's what you're hearing from the dais. I was really happy to hear Commissioner Duncan Walker's point about the climate study. So a lot of local governments have not taken up requiring that. This commission, the study that we received about the greenhouse gas emissions, one of the recommendations we wanted to go for was to have science-based targets for 2030 based on carbon emissions. And so I'm hoping that with that study, we can necessitate climate impact studies for future development. I don't know of any other cities that are doing that kind of work, but I know that I want us to do that. So thank you for bringing that up. Commissioners, I am open to friendly amendments to the motion as always.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't support the motion for a couple of reasons. I spoke earlier, but more so with the changes, there were amendments to it. MU2 zoning is a car-oriented type of zoning. That's why you see a lot of our strip malls, and that's what that massive parking lots and things like that is, because that's MU2 is that's what kind of you get is a suburban car-oriented development. So I don't think that's a good direction to go. I also have some significant concerns about dropping the amount of housing, the density allowed in half. That will increase the cost of the housing. It will make it more expensive housing. I mean, they've got to pay for the land, and anything they can build above it spreads that cost out with every single unit they can build. That significantly makes a very significant change to how that project can move forward, and it will increase the cost of the housing there. And I can't support that. I mean, I think your point about changing the zoning is a fair point. I think moving down to U6 that's a 4 by right and 5 by height bonus. It allows 50 units per acre, and then by right and 60 units per acre by bonus. I think that works, and it will allow us to make the housing there more attainable. So I hope we can move in that direction, as I think that probably would work for the applicants and being able to move things forward, and that we get housing. We have a housing shortage. We should build it if we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Saka.
Mayor, Mr. Persons, quick question. The current zoning is office, right?
Correct.
You could do, are you allowed to, I have my book, I can't find it. You need a book on how to use the book. Does office zoning allow any residential?
It does. It actually allows 20 units per acre. The portion of the property that's zoned office is about 3.4 acres. So the total sort of net density under office, if they developed, that today, would be about 68 units.
And that could be a plan that the developer does all on their own, doesn't have to involve us. They just get to do whatever they want, make the housing luxury or high end, whatever they want to do, and we get no say in it.
That's correct.
Because we're not giving them anything in return.
Right.
Okay. Looking for a lower density zoning gives me that pause, where they could do pretty much whatever they could do a lot right now without us getting anything in return. By allowing, by giving that housing, a height allowance or any other small benefit, we gain a lot, and we get to have a say on things like wider sidewalks or a buffer or a privacy wall. We get those things. My worry is if we make the density too low, or if we keep poking at this, they'll say, you know what? Thanks for the idea of kind of some slight mixed use. We can put some housing above it. We'll put some storefront below, and we won't have to deal with you anymore. And they'll be able to do it by right because it'll be their land. What is the density of U6 compared to U7? Sorry, it's 16 minimum, or?
They're identical.
Okay.
50 units.
So what is the difference?
Between the U6 and U7, density is identical.
The density is identical
So
between the two.
what is different?
The uses that are allowed, as well as the height.
I think having to come back with something else is not going to be the solution. The less dense we make it, one, the fewer units we'll have because we get 10% minimum. So if you bring it down to 60, we get 6 units instead of 22. That's not helpful. I mean, it is, any unit helps, but compared to, more than 3 times that, if we must do something, bring it down to U6, fine. But I think while we're here, if it is just, as Mr. Person said, we can just, here on our own decide the height limit and kind of pick and choose how we want to make this development. Let's just do it. I think there's also a buffer of trees that the developer offered to put. I don't know if you could offer to put in more trees while you're there, and I think pines grow rather quickly. So those go quickly and tall. It gives more buffer. Because on the other side of the cemetery, there is no buffer. You park, 5 feet away from a tomb. And there is no such requirement on the other side. And people can sit in their car and watch you. They can sit in their car and honk at you. I think we get a lot of good here. And we are trying to mitigate the issues that are brought forward as much as humanly possible, while still having some say to gain a lot of good. Because otherwise they could just do what they want and not have to do any of this and save themselves a lot of money. I personally don't like compromise. I think a lot of people know that. But this is a situation where I'm willing to do it just because of what is being offered. It is something we really need. and not for us, we all have housing, we all have shelter to go home to after this meeting, that there are a lot of folks who struggle and try to figure out how to pay the next month's rent because they don't have housing in their tax bracket. So that's my point. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Persons, I need some clarity on transect zoning. Could you give me the definition of that and tell me if in this particular motion, would that impact just that specific area or would that somehow impact the rest of the city? How does that work?
So I guess the intent of transect zoning is to establish development standards that are intended to create a more efficient, sustainable urban form, allowing a range of housing, employment, shopping, and recreation choices and opportunities in a compact pedestrian environment. And I didn't make that up. I just read it from the city's land development code. Because this is a PUD, like planned use development and planned development district, zoning district, this essentially is a form of sort of contractual zoning that only applies to this property. So any decision that the commission makes tonight or at a future meeting only applies to this property. Wouldn't have any implications outside of the property in terms of like affecting zoning on other pieces of property.
Okay, thank you. The height is definitely a problem for me. I did want to just mention, Commissioner Sacco, thank you very much for your comments. The building that's on the opposite side of the cemetery, if I'm recalling correctly, and I believe I am, is 1 story and it's not residential. So with this situation, you would have people who are living in a space, inhabiting it 7 days a week. So it's quite different from people who are visiting a business or traveling into a business that actually doesn't really overlook the cemetery. Certainly, it doesn't involve several stories that actually could overlook it. Nonetheless, I won't be able to support anything that's 5 stories. Certainly not anything taller than that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, never mind. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Got a motion on the floor. The motion is to deny the petition, deny this land use, and to ask staff to come back to us with a new take on this that complies more to the transect zoning across the street, but with a maximum allowable use of 4 stories with a potential to go 5 under certain circumstances. Am I correct, Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, he also just hit his light. Like to get some
is that you, Andrew?
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that I don't think that the commission needs to actually deny the petition. I think you can give direction
About what you want to see, and we would bring back, a revised ordinance to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Thank you, because I do, to Commissioner Sacco's point, I think keeping the PUD is important so that we can maintain the conditions of what has been put in front of us and so that it allows us to have these discussions. I want us to have a positive vote. So I wonder if maybe I could correct, and maybe Commissioner Ward, if you'd be interested in amending the motion to allow not for U6 but for U5, which caps it at 4.
Can I suggest one potential path forward is to schedule a workshop between the commission and interested community members and have a discussion at that workshop about what folks would be willing to support and what they would not. We could have our staff there would explain the impact of certain decisions on what that would allow, what it would not allow, and allow us to then, because look, if I'm sitting in their shoes right now, I don't know what it is they're supposed to bring back to us. They've heard a lot of different things from a lot of different people. And I don't actually think that we're going to get to that spot where we're going to give unified, clear direction to our staff tonight. Just don't. We're tired, it's late, and I think there's a lot of different ideas out there. So I feel like if we schedule a workshop and do it in a place other than this and allow some interaction and some better collaboration with our staff there able to assist us, then I think we can come to a point where we can give our staff clear direction on sort of what the limits are, what the, no way we're going to agree to X. We would definitely like to see Y, and tell us about Z and how we could make that fit under certain circumstances. And we're just not going to get there tonight. And that allows a more open opportunity for a conversation, because all of our neighbors know that a decision's not going to be made that night. They don't have to sort of be prepared to support or oppose something. It's just how to get us moving forward. And I think that gets us much closer to where we want to be. So that's a suggestion, that we could schedule that workshop. And try to, work with the commission on how to make sure that it is productive. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Did the motion get amended to the U5 or no? I don't know that. Okay.
It did? The second or? So the underlying, so it's to send this back to staff, amending the underlying conditions of the PUD to conform with U5, but still with the exceptions that were accepted by the commission. Okay. Go ahead.
So my concern with the U5 is it's one of the few transect zones that does not have any mixed use. There is no retail or commercial that's allowed in it. It was kind of one of the weird ones that was created. It also actually, so I don't know, U6 is actually a less intense zoning than U5. U5 actually has higher density than U6. That area gets kind of weird on our code. So, and I guess yeah, we're not going heaven. I guess for the workshop, if we did go that direction, I think that might be a good way. We have to give some kind of direct direction, and it has to be 4 people supporting that, so we don't kind of come back here and not have kind of this ambiguity that doesn't go anywhere. My one request is that it's not maybe a workshop, but it's a special meeting, but we put a restriction that we won't make a vote that will have an impact, because the workshop still doesn't actually we can't vote. So what can we do to actually we need to give specific direction to staff, and the applicant needs to see if they can even make it financially work with those restrictions too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to remind, we're haggling around the transect zoning, and it's a PUD. We don't need to stick to a transect zoning. It's a PUD. You can put whatever restrictions or allowances you want in there. And that's why it's not going to happen tonight. I'm going to really just implore my colleagues to let us reconvene at another time where everybody's a little more fresh and we've had a chance to talk to our staff a little more carefully about how do we achieve our goals. And I disagree, Commissioner Santos. I think the confidence that there will not be action taken at that meeting, we can give our staff direction, and we've done that at workshops before, where we sit with folks and say, yes, okay, we like that, we don't like that. Then they know that's the direction, and I think we create a much safer and more inclusive environment to share ideas and thoughts if there's that knowledge that final action of any sort will be taken. So, Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Mayor and City Commissioners, Sean McDermott, Assistant City Attorney. I just wanted to bring to your attention just to keep in mind as well with this application is that this ordinance that's before you, as I think most commissioners understand, is a PUD PD, which essentially, as Mr. Persons was kind of explaining a little bit, is it's more or less a negotiated land use and zoning package that is, and when I say negotiated, done with the participation of the property owner / developer. So whatever path forward you are wanting to take on this will be dependent on whether the developer and the property owner is at the table as well. And what I mean by that is that the city has the full legislative authority to assign land use categories to property as you reasonably see fit. That's traditionally done, with the traditional land use categories, not what's before you here with the PUD, PD. So when you speak of moving forward with a workshop, I guess what I would be asking is for clarity of, how and when you would involve the property owner and developer in those conversations, whether it's tonight or not, because that will dictate, the city wouldn't just unilaterally impose a PUD, PD if the developer has not had a seat at the table or just cannot do it or is not interested for any other number of reasons.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. And of course, the whole point is that everyone would be involved that's an affected party, which is everybody that spoke tonight, everybody on this dais, and the folks that own the property. If they're not interested, we'll know very quickly, and they'll say we're not interested, and they can walk away or they can move forward with the underlying zoning. So that we'll find that out quickly.
Or they could request if they're. I mean, we can work out maybe what paths forward, but they might request some type of final action to be taken by this body on their application one way or the other.
Yes, yes. Eventually, we have to act. I understand. I'm sorry, I'm getting snippy. Yesterday was Halloween, and so any parent the day after Halloween's a little bit snippy at 10 at night. We're not going to take a final action tonight. It's very clear. There's no consensus about how to move forward tonight. I am suggesting that there is a way to try to reach that consensus. It's going to have to involve another meeting that's inclusive and collaborative. And if the landowner wants to have a voice in that and participate, I think that's in the best interest of everybody. If they don't, then we cannot force them. And that's a decision that they're going to have to make. But I think that's the path forward where everybody involved is able to contribute in a meaningful way. So, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the idea of a workshop where we're not up here on the dais, where we're at a table with everybody who has got a part to play in this. What's been missing from the whole conversation is that it's been a negotiated thing that is then brought to the commission for a yes/no. And there's got to be some middle ground there. There's got to be something that isn't yes/no so that we can have input back and forth and dialogue instead of testimony. That doesn't get us where we need to go. I would like the capacity of a workshop to talk to each other about how this can work and move forward in a way that everybody feels pretty good about. And that you feel like you've had a voice. We feel like we've had a voice. Again, representing people 50 years from now as best we can try to figure it out, what's going to work for the broader community in a respectful way, and including the people who are going to pay for it as well. I like that idea, and it keeps us from what I said a few minutes ago I didn't want to do, which is horse trading from up here and with a sword hanging over our head to get something done at that meeting. We can have conversations together, I hope, at a workshop and walk out of there with clear direction to staff to bring back something that we can be pretty assured is going to move forward. I like that idea. I liked our other motion. I like what you put on the floor, Commissioner Ariola. I love the idea of a conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, hearing loud and clearly from my colleagues, there is not support for the motion I put on the floor. Hearing very clearly the conversation on the dais, I thank my colleagues for the very respectful, very thoughtful conversation. It's nice to have those up here. I feel as though there is not support for the motion. Mr. Mayor, I think you laid out a pretty good pathway, and I think it's an appropriate pathway because when the first iteration of development came before us in April, there was not consensus. There was support and opposition to what was brought before us. And the Commission's decision in April really changed that. So I think it is appropriate for the Commission to once again take ownership of that and invite the community to have a workshop where we can have these discussions where the sword of Damocles is not dangling over us and we are able to really have a conversation with both the development partner and the residents so that we can have forward. So with that, Mr. Mayor, with the seconder's permission, I'd like to amend the motion that we take no action on the ordinance in front of us and that we schedule a special workshop at a later date.
Okay, you okay with that? Okay, and so I'll work with staff and the clerk to get that scheduled and to work out, ma'am? No, workshop. And we'll figure out where to do it and how to facilitate it and to make it yield results that we can all feel confident about. So we'll work on that moving forward here. Before we conclude, I just want to thank everybody that participated for the manner in which you conducted yourselves and the way that you communicated your feelings and thoughts. All of you that follow any politics, whether it be local, state, or federal, have seen many, many circumstances of not that. And I hope that one thing that you are all able to see is that all of us sitting up here care very deeply about our community. And while we might have differences of opinion or disagreements about how we move forward and what steps need to be taken to accomplish those things, it's not out of a lack of respect or love for our neighbors and our community. And it made it much more productive to hear from you all in such a respectful and positive way, even though you oppose something. And so I think you really set an excellent model and tone for all of our neighbors here, and I look forward to that wave carrying over into the workshop that we have, and we'll make sure that everybody is aware of that and knows about it. Yeah, Andrew?
I just wanted to see if you
Wanted to hear from the developer.
Look, I think it's pretty, we'll hear from the developer. I mean, we have a path forward here, whether it's something you want to participate in, we'll figure out. Okay, that's a thumbs up. That's all we needed to hear. Thank you. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. No further business before us. We are adjourned. Good night, everybody. Thank you.